Quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 4175, Repo for Ukrainians Act, H.R. 4723, upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement through Sanctions Act, H.Res. 149, condemning the illegal abduction of children from Ukraine to Russian Federation, H.R. 5856, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act, H.R. 4681, illicit captagon Trafficking Suppression Act, H.R. 5961, no funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, H.R. 793, calling on Hamas to immediately release hostages taken during the October 2023 attack on Israel, H.R. 683, expressing support for the diplomatic relations required to encourage the government of Mexico to fulfill its water deliveries on an annual basis to the United States under the treaty between the United States and Mexico regarding the utilization of the Colorado and Tijuana rivers of the Rio Grande. H.R. 6119, the State Department Security Notification Act, and finally H.R. 6087, the Yali Act of 2023. Chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and he may recess the committee at any point without objection so ordered. Pursuant to the rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures, and without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4175, Repo for Ukrainians Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4175, to authorize the Secretary of State to provide additional assistance to Ukraine using assets confiscated from the Central Bank of the Russian Federation and other sovereign assets of the Russian Federation and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with, and the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself in support of the bill. We're living in incredibly dangerous times with multiple conflicts around the globe, which threaten to upend the balance of power. Despite the recent eruption of the Hamas-Israel war and the growing threat of the CCP around the globe, we cannot lose sight of the importance of the war in Ukraine. These conflicts are all interconnected. Russia, China, and Iran are all working together to undermine the security of the United States and our closest allies and partners. If Putin were to succeed in Ukraine, it would only embolden our adversaries and undermine our national security interests. We need a plan for victory as soon as possible, one that ensures the U.S. is not shouldering this burden alone. So that is why I introduced the Repo Act. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation demands the Biden administration transfer frozen Russian sovereign assets to Ukraine. It's time that Russia starts paying for the war that it started. My bill also prohibits the Biden administration from returning Russian sovereign assets to Vladimir Putin until Russia compensates Ukraine. The administration's disastrous $6 billion payout for Iran as part of its hostage deal with the Ayatollah exposed the president's willingness to trade billions of dollars in negotiations with our adversaries. That is why I introduced H.R. 5861, a bill we will mark up shortly. It will permanently freeze $6 billion of Iranian funds covered under the hostage deal. To be clear, the war crimes and genocide committed by Russia cannot be reversed by money alone. Murdered innocent civilians, including women, children, cannot be brought back, and the trauma will live on for generations. But critical infrastructure, homes, towns, and businesses can be rebuilt. Along with our European and G7 allies, we hold as much as $300 billion of Russian funds that can be used for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction, as well as immediate economic and humanitarian assistance. Taking this action would deter other would-be aggressors with a clear message. The financial systems of the G7 and EU will be blocked to those who violate another nation's sovereignty. Transferring Russian sovereign assets is not just the morally and strategically right thing to do. It's also the fiscally responsible thing to do on behalf of our constituents. As we anticipate considering a supplemental bill sent over from the Senate with Ukraine assistance included, I am determined to push ahead on ensuring the aggressor pays. Putin causes devastation, and Putin must pay for his crimes, not the American taxpayer. And so with that, is there any further discussion on the bill? The ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to reserve my remarks for when you offer your A&S.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill?
Chairman.
Mr. French Hill is recognized.
Chairman McCaul, thank you for holding this important markup, and let me reiterate my thanks to you and your staff for working collaboratively with me on your Repo Act to incorporate key aspects of my Ukraine Reconstruction Act, which will be reflected in the A&S that we talk about in a few minutes. Russia should be held responsible for the cost of the damages stemming from its illegal invasion of Ukraine, not American taxpayers. And to that end, I'm in strong support of the efforts of Chairman McCaul's repo bill and a co-sponsor. The Repo for Ukrainians Act would give the President the authority to seize, transfer, or vest Russian sovereign assets within U.S. jurisdiction into an international fund for the sole purpose of Ukraine's eventual reconstruction. Considering most Russian sovereign assets are located outside the United States, it's important for our partners and allies around the world to introduce and pass companion legislation with similar authorizing capabilities, as the U.S. cannot tackle this issue unilaterally. There's bipartisan recognition in Congress that the United States must be a global leader through coordination with the G7 and our other allies. This bill is consistent with well-established international precedent, where the United States worked with international partners to establish a fund, like we saw with Afghanistan in 2022, the Iran U.S. Claims Tribunal in 1981, and the UN Compensation Fund for Kuwait in 1991 following Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. This legislation still has some room for improvement, whether that's adding state-owned enterprises like SureBank or Gazprom in the definition of a sovereign asset, or in clarifying that Russia's illegal war first began in February of 2014 after its invasion of Crimea. But with that said, I want to acknowledge a few ways that we were able to make this best bill possible for this markup. First, we made sure to hold Belarus accountable for its direct role in supporting Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. We added controls to ensure the governance and standards around the International Ukraine Compensation Fund and its compensation mechanism are fully audited, including independent auditors and audit by the GAO. We also clarified important concepts like judicial review and the definition of seizure to mean the confiscation of all rights, title, and interest in a sovereign asset. And so let me thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work on this bill, for your leadership in this important topic on behalf of U.S. taxpayers and the defeat of Putin in Ukraine. I appreciate the time, and I'll yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields. Let me also thank the gentleman for working with me and my staff to improve the bill from its original form, and using your expertise from the Financial Services Committee. It was an excellent collaboration getting to a better product at the end of the day. So I want to thank you for your efforts and your help and working with me. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Wilson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Mike McCaul, and also thank Ranking Member Greg Meeks for bringing these bipartisan measures before us today. It's never been more critical for us to work together to promote peace and stability, and I was particularly impressed yesterday the coverage that Ranking Member Meeks got on the front page of different publications around the country of his working together in a bipartisan manner. And in regard to H.R. 4175, I urge support. As chairman of the U.S. Helsinki Commission and friend of freedom-loving Ukrainians, I am grateful to work with the bipartisan Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity for Ukrainians Act. This straightforward bill takes into consideration the absolute depravity inflicted on Ukrainians by war criminal Putin and his forces since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022. Putin and his murdering thugs have systematically engaged in a genocide against the people of Ukraine, denying their existence as a people, committing sexual violence against children, torturing civilians, abducting tens of thousands of children to be reprogrammed and brainwashed in forced adoption. And sadly, the list continues. America is in a war we did not choose, and that is its dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. War criminal Putin invaded Ukraine on February 24, 2022, and has been a puppet for Hamas of Iran invading Israel on October 7, 2023. The agenda of death to Israel is leading to death to America. The dictators have clearly announced their goals of the axis of evil. War criminal Putin has written that Ukraine does not exist. The Chinese Communist Party explains that Taiwan does not exist. Iran chants with its puppets, death to Israel, death to America. This war is solely war criminal Putin's responsibility, solely the responsibility of the regime in Tehran, and he should be footing the bill for the rebuilding of what has been destroyed in Ukraine. Again, I appreciate the leadership of Chairman Mike McCaul for his effort in leading this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time. Clerk shall distribute the McCaul amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4175, offered by Mr. McCaul of Texas. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title, table of contents, short
Without
title.
objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. I support this amendment. It's a very short statement here. And do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I want to thank Chairman McCaul for placing H.R. 4175 on the markup agenda. Only 2 days after Russia's renewed invasion of Ukraine, the United States worked with our partners to impose unprecedented economic sanctions against Putin's Russia. This included prohibiting any business with the Russian Central Bank. This was no easy task, and thanks to a strong diplomatic effort by President Biden and his administration, we are working collectively to curb Russia's heinous war. Nevertheless, as the war evolves, so should our economic strategy, including support for Ukraine that enables it to emerge as a healthy economic player in Europe. This must be done during the war, not only after Ukraine wins. Today's legislation deals with one of the potential tools we have yet to exercise, the transfer of frozen Russian sovereign assets to assist Ukraine. It is a solution that we should prudently pursue, along with our European partners. For now, there are encouraging signs from Europe, where most of those assets sit, and whose legal hoops are more demanding. I consistently argue that we should act in coordination with our democratic allies in our support for Ukraine. Our unity and resolve are what Putin has always been betting against. So again, I want to thank Chairman McCaul. I support this bill. I want to thank his staff for cooperating in its advancement and encourage my colleagues to support it as well, and I yield back.
I thank the ranking members' support in working with me to get to a good place. Again, I think this bill is what we've been looking for, and that is, you know, let the criminal pay for the crime, not the American taxpayer. And that's just the bottom line here. So does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Kane's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing this legislation and your leadership on this issue. Following Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, the United States and our allies in Europe and around the globe froze roughly $300 billion worth of Russian sovereign assets. Let me be clear. Russia should never again have access to these assets. Instead, these resources should be transferred immediately to Ukraine to alleviate the suffering of Russia's countless victims there. Due to Russia's unprovoked and destructive war of aggression, Ukraine's near and long-term needs are substantial. But the United States and our European allies should not be solely responsible for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. Putin must pay. Of course, the lion's share of frozen Russian assets are in Europe, not in the United States. But America must lead by example on this and demonstrate to others around the world that it can and it should be done. The President, unfortunately, has abdicated this leadership and refused to transfer frozen Russian sovereign assets in the United States to Ukraine, even though he already has the authority in law to do so. This legislation would force the administration's hand to accomplish this and urge our allies and partners to follow suit. By transferring these frozen Russian assets to Ukraine, we can provide continued support to Ukraine while significantly defraying the cost to taxpayers. This will also ensure that Russia can never access these funds and use them for malign purposes. This is morally correct, fiscally responsible, and strategically sound. I'm proud to co-sponsor this important legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it today. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any other members wish to offer an amendment to the McCaul amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4175 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested by me. I think if I went on voice, that's not so bad, but okay. It has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4723, upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement through Sanctions Act. The bill is circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4723, to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons undermining the Dayton Peace Agreement or threatening the security of Bosnia or Herzegovina and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Wagner amendment in the nature of a substitute circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the bill? The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Chairman McCaul and Ranking Member Meeks, I'd like to thank you both for working with me to include my legislation, the Upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement through Sanctions Act, in today's markup. I'd also like to thank Representative Wild, our Europe Subcommittee Chair, Chairman Kane, and Intelligence Committee Chairman Turner for joining me in introducing this important and timely measure. For months now, Bosnia and Herzegovina have suffered a serious political crisis. Today, the country is experiencing no less than an assault on its constitution and democratic institutions. Self-serving, corrupt politicians like Milorad Dodik, president of Bosnia's Republika Srpska entity, are engaged in sustained attacks on Bosnia's unity, its sovereignty, and multi-ethnic character. This summer, Dodik unilaterally removed Republika Srpska from the jurisdiction of the Constitutional Court of Bosnia, a serious escalation in his campaign against Bosnian sovereignty. He has also threatened to hold a referendum on independence by the end of this year. Again and again, he has attacked the authority of the High Representative and Bosnia's federal government. In short, he is taking a sledgehammer to the foundations of peace in the Western Balkans. Dodik and his cronies know that a prosperous, transparent, and Western-facing Bosnia is a threat to their personal power and ill-gotten wealth. They are willing to tear their country apart to maintain control over their illicit patronage networks. Because of the reckless actions of a few corrupt elite, the foundations of Bosnia's peace agreement, its democratic institutions, its ethnic power-sharing arrangements, even the office of the High Representative, the independent body tasked with implementing the Dayton Accords, are at risk. Let me add as well that the brutal and criminal Putin regime is actively aiding separatist actors in Bosnia and Herzegovina to sow more chaos and further undermine European stability. As guarantor of the Dayton Peace Agreement that ended the horrific Bosnian War, the United States must deter these destabilizing and anti-democratic actors. It is in our clear national security interest to oppose Russia's destructive influence and prevent the spread of conflict further in Europe. Peace in Bosnia came at a very steep price, Mr. Chairman. Those who would threaten that hard-won peace must be held to account. My bipartisan bill would codify and mandate key sanctions authorities to send an unmistakable message to any actor that threatens the peace, security, stability, or territorial integrity of Bosnia. If such destabilizing behavior does not stop, that person will be sanctioned, period. We know these sanctions are working, but much more leverage needs to be brought to bear against Dodik, his inner circle, and his Russian backers. In a hearing before the Europe Subcommittee, Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Western Balkans, Gabriel Escobar, shared with us that Republika Srpska officials begged the U.S., and I quote, "Please, no more sanctions." When the bad actors are begging us to stop, you know the sanctions are working and that maximum pressure will produce changes in behavior. Mr. Escobar agreed this legislation was absolutely timely and necessary to hold accountable those who would damage the country. Time is running out to send a strong deterrent message to bad actors intent on destabilizing the country. I hope my colleagues will join me today in demonstrating the United States' unequivocal commitment to a unified, sovereign, and multi-ethnic Bosnia. I would urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4723, the Upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement Through Sanctions Act, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Joe Lay yields back. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further, Mr. Kane. Mr. Meeks recognized. Good, Mr. Kane.
I also support this measure authored by my friend, Representative Wagner, on the importance of fragility of the Dayton Peace Accords. A tenuous diplomatic settlement led to the end of the Balkan Wars of the 1990s, and it kept the peace and allowed a post-war society to govern. It is frustratingly imperfect, and yet provides a framework for Bosnia and indeed the Balkans to succeed. This bill calls attention to the difficulties on Bosnia's path towards joining the EU. It correctly criticizes those actors who are not only hampering progress, but are dismantling peace. Furthermore, the bill reaffirms the United States' commitment, along with our European partners in Europe, to complete the transatlantic peace project and make sure that Bosnia does not slip away from that important future. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any other discussion on the bill? Mr. Kane's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank my good friend, the gentle lady from Missouri, and Vice Chair of the full committee, for her leadership on this issue. The Bosnian War of the 1990s saw some of the most egregious war crimes and human rights abuses since the conclusion of the Second World War. The Dayton Peace Agreement of 1995 finally brought an end to that horrific conflict. It established a peace that was fragile, but it was peace nonetheless. It has held for almost 30 years. Unfortunately, that peace has been threatened in recent years by malign actors in the region who seek to rewrite the status quo and reopen the violent disputes of the 1990s. Make no mistake, individuals like Milorad Dodik are playing with fire and threatening the peace and stability of the Western Balkans. This irresponsible and dangerous behavior must be held to account with strong sanctions. H.R. 4723 would create new sanctions authority for the United States to use against these malign actors seeking to undermine the Dayton Peace Agreement. This authority has been tailored to protect the Dayton Agreement, uphold peace and stability in the Western Balkans, and punish those risking renewed conflict in the region. Putin would like nothing more than to destabilize an already vulnerable region in order to distract the West from this unprovoked war against Ukraine. We can't let Putin start fires elsewhere in Europe to distract from his crimes in Ukraine. This legislation is timely and needed to ensure continued stability in the Western Balkans. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to emphasize that precedent is powerful. This bill is necessary to stop the further spread of causing problems throughout the former Yugoslavia. So I encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill to set a precedent that we want the Dayton Accords to be adhered to. I yield back.
Any further discussion on the
Mr.
bill?
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Colley's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add my support for the resolution, but I also want to remind my colleagues who talked about precedent and talked about standing up to Putin. That's why we need to make sure that we continue providing military and humanitarian and economic assistance to Ukraine. If we're going to stand up against authoritarianism, if we're going to send a message not only to the Balkans, but to all of the aspiring nations of the former Soviet Union, especially right now, including Ukraine, the best thing we can do is to pass an aid package for Ukraine. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4723 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. It's a leadership ask. Yeah. So, you know, just cut me a little slack. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 149, condemning the illegal abduction of children from Ukraine to the Russian Federation. This resolution was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.Res. 149, condemning the illegal abduction of children from Ukraine to the Russian Federation. Whereas on January 12, 1951, the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide.
The objection, first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the Wild Amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 29, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Ms. Wagner is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to urge support for Representative Wild's H.Res. 149, condemning Russia's abhorrent abduction of Ukrainian children for resettlement and re-education in Russia. Representative Wild and I have worked together on a number of bills over the years, from legislation to secure allied and partnered telecommunications systems against Chinese influence to the upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement through Sanctions Act. I am proud to co-lead this resolution with her. Just a couple of weeks after Russia invaded Ukraine, Representative Wild and I, alongside several other members of this committee, traveled to the Poland-Ukraine border as millions of Ukrainian families, women, children, and the elderly fled their homeland. We saw firsthand the incalculable cost, human cost of this war. The sweet little ones that we met in Poland should be spending their childhood playing outside with their parents and siblings and going to school. Instead, they were forced to hide from lethal Russian artillery assaults in subways and theaters. Many of these assaults were specifically designed to target children. And in yet another act of chilling and unadulterated evil, Putin's forces have kidnapped hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian children, ripping them away from loving parents and caregivers to be raised as Russians. This is a depraved attempt to erase Ukraine's identity as an independent nation, and I believe it is an act of genocide, Mr. Chairman. Only a butcher attacks families and children. It is clear to me that Putin is personally culpable for the staggering atrocities and war crimes the people of Ukraine have suffered, and he must be stopped and punished. This resolution condemns Russia in the strongest possible terms for this flagrant violation of the Genocide Convention. It sends a clear signal that the United States Congress is watching and that we are prepared to bring Putin to justice for his crimes against humanity. I urge my colleagues to support H.Res. 149, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Would my friend yield? I thank my
yield
friend,
to my
and
friend.
I, of course, had the honor of joining her and Mr. McCaul and Mr. Meeks on that visit you talked about on the Polish-Ukraine border. And you're right, we were so struck with all of these innocent children crossing the border in tens of thousands. We visited one crossing. There were 6 at that time, each of which was hosting over 20,000 refugees a day. And I think your point about what Putin is up to with respect to children in the abduction of children from Ukraine is abhorrent and repugnant and to be condemned. Hostage taking, whether it be in Israel or whether it be in Ukraine, is to be condemned. And that's why it's important, at least for this member, and I hope for this committee, that we work in tandem to address both sets of atrocities because a human life is a human life, whether it's in Ukraine or whether it's in Israel or whether it's in the West, Gaza. So I thank my friend for yielding and join her in supporting this resolution.
I thank my friend, Mr. Connolly, for his support of this resolution. Representative Wild and I, along with the chairman, ranking member Meeks, and others were on that incredible trip. It's horrifying to see the atrocities that that this war criminal, Vladimir Putin, has put forward. It's horrific to see the hostages that have been taken in Gaza. I appreciate his support. I stand in solidarity in this regard. And, Mr. Chairman, I now yield back.
Generally yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Representative Wow for her introduction of this resolution and her tireless work on the issue of Russia's abduction of Ukrainian children. In fact, as indicated, only 3 weeks after Russia's brutal invasion, I led a delegation to the Ukraine-Polish border, along with Representative Wow and then Ranking Member McCaul and others on this committee. We met fleeing families, children, and other refugees escaping the war. Simultaneously, however, Russian authorities were forcing Ukrainians in besieged territories the other way, east into Russia. This resolution highlights the systemic nature of Russia's attempt to wipe out Ukraine and its culture. Not only are Russian forces targeting cities and towns and civilian structures in their attacks, but they have also abducted and re-educated young Ukrainians. I should say miseducating young Ukrainians. And guess what? Russia's they're not hiding these acts. And the Kremlin, they are showcasing these acts. In March this year, the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin for the unlawful deportation of children. Until that reckoning comes, Congress will continue to work to support the push towards justice, to support Ukraine in its fight, and to help heal the scars that generations of Ukrainians are already working to heal. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Wild is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of H.Res. 149, and I want to begin by thanking my good friend and colleague, Representative Ann Wagner, for joining me from the other side of the aisle to co-lead this resolution. As Ranking Member Meeks just commented, we were together on a trip in the very beginning of this war, and we saw many of these children who thankfully were coming across the border, hopefully to safety. And I want to thank so many colleagues of both parties who have co-sponsored this resolution. And above all, I want to thank the extraordinary Ukrainian American leaders in my community who have worked so hard to build and maintain support for the Ukrainian people in the face of unthinkable aggression. You know who you are, Father Richard Gendris, Marta Fedorich, and many, many other constituents. This legislation would not have gotten to this point without your tireless efforts. Thank you for your partnership, for your moral leadership, and for keeping the cause of a principled United States stance in support of Ukraine alive day in and day out in our community in Pennsylvania 7. With that, let me say that since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russian forces have engaged in a systemic attempt to destroy Ukraine's democracy, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and ultimately the country's identity itself. Russian authorities' crimes against children stand out as the most heinous aspect of a much larger strategy, a relentless campaign of state violence against the most vulnerable members of Ukrainian society. As part of this effort, Russian forces have abducted and forcibly relocated thousands of Ukrainian children to Russian-occupied and affiliated areas, in complete violation of Article 2E of the Genocide Convention. The Russian objective is clear: to wipe out the young generations of Ukrainians by attempting to eradicate their sense of national and cultural identity. In response to this atrocity, a bipartisan group of colleagues in the United States House of Representatives and I introduced a resolution at the end of the previous Congress condemning Russia's mass abduction of Ukrainian children and stating that these actions amount to genocide. And on February 21st of this year, we reintroduced this same resolution in the current Congress. For the vibrant Ukrainian American community in my district and all those who stand with them, this resolution is very personal. This is not some abstract debate about geopolitics. It is about human lives, children's lives. It's about protecting children and our common humanity from the forces of inhumanity. Together, Democrats and Republicans alike, we are sending a clear signal. The United States will not waver in our resolve. Our support for the Ukrainian people is not negotiable. This fight is not just for Ukraine. It is for every democracy and every people yearning to be free. I urge my colleagues of both parties to stand with me and with the Ukrainian American community in my district and across our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Manning's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCaul and Ranking Member Meeks, for your leadership and work to advance many important measures in this markup. I am proud to support H.Res. 149, a bipartisan resolution I co-sponsored, introduced by my friends and colleagues, Representative Susan Wild and Representative Ann Wagner, which condemns the abduction of children from Ukraine. Since Russia's full-scale illegal invasion on February 24, 2022, Russia has been engaged in an attempt to eradicate Ukraine's sovereignty and identity. Among the most horrific atrocities committed by Russians is the forcible relocation and indoctrination of Ukrainian children in a concerted effort to erase their identity. The Ukrainian government has already verified at least 20,000 of these deportations. It is truly unthinkable, and as a mother, I can barely stand learning what has been going on. It is horrific to see Russian forces bombard Ukrainian cities like Mariupol, Kherson, and Kharkiv, then cynically use its illegal invasion as a pretext to evacuate Ukrainian children to Russia, separating thousands from their parents and placing them into re-education camps, camps in Russia where they have been mistreated, forced to speak only Russian, and effectively are culturally brainwashed. These are clear violations of the Geneva Convention, the Convention on the Rights of Children, and fundamental international norms, laws, and principles. I'm glad that in March, the International Criminal Court indicted Vladimir Putin as well as Maria Lvov-Belova, Russia's Commissioner for Children's Rights, for these atrocities and issued warrants for their arrest. Mr. Chairman, Russia would like the world to believe that it is somehow rescuing these children, that its war against Ukraine is justified, and that its forces somehow are not guilty of war crimes, atrocities, and genocide. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is exactly why the United States and the international community needs to highlight the facts for all the world to see and hear. This resolution does just that. It sets forth the facts, demonstrated for the entire world that Congress acknowledges and condemns the horrific reality of Russia's mass abduction and indoctrination of children, and resolves to hold Putin and his cronies like Maria Lvova-Belova responsible for their horrific crimes. That is why I urge all members to join me in supporting the resolution, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the resolution? I recognize myself. I, too, was on that trip and seeing all those children fleeing Ukraine. I also met with a group of young girls who got out of these indoctrination camps, and they were completely traumatized. And it was one of the saddest things to see these girls who had been in these camps, and you could tell, you could see it in their eyes that they were traumatized. This, as a ranking member pointed out, there's an indictment now on Mr. Putin for this dark crime, one of the darkest, I think, of this war, because our innocent children are should be protected. And, you know, after World War II and after the Holocaust, the United Nations got together and had the Genocide Convention. Article 2 of the 1948 UN Genocide Convention identifies 5 acts that qualify as genocide. The 5th act, forcibly transferring the children of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group to another group, concisely and accurately describes Russia's actions in Ukraine. Kremlin officials have attempted to disguise the abductions as a routine wartime security measure, but Moscow's well-documented efforts to re-educate young Ukrainians and turn them into Russians tells a very different story. And to date, we've had probably upwards of 25,000 children being abducted, taken from their homes or families for this re-indoctrination purpose. I just find this one of the most offensive things about the war is hell, and war is never good in any circumstance, but when the children are affected like this, that's probably one of the worst. So I support this resolution very strongly, and I appreciate Ms. Weil for bringing this forward. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the
Chairman,
committee?
I'm sorry, may I request a roll call vote on this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have to go
Sorry.
through this. Yeah.
Sorry. Bad
I
timing.
know you're there. All right. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move the committee report H.Res. 149 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, may I request a roll call vote?
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5856, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5856 to reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and for other purposes.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Smith is
I
recognized.
have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
This is just discussion on the bill first, then we'll go into.
Yeah. Is there any discussion on the bill? No, okay. There being no further discussion on the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman, at the desk in the nature of a substitute, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Clerk shall distribute the Smith amendment in the nature of a substitute. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5856, offered by Mr. Smith of New Jersey. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for arranging for the committee to consider this legislation today, for your sponsorship of the bill itself. And I want to thank Mr. Meeks. Last Congress, Karen Bass and I had a very similar piece of legislation. We tried for 2 years, over 2 years, to get it passed. He was very supportive, so I thank him. And again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your strong support and that of your staff in making this a reality. Mr. Chairman, more than 20 years ago, the U.S. Congress approved and the President signed historic legislation that I had authored called the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, a comprehensive whole-of-government initiative to combat sex and labor trafficking in the United States and around the world. The TVPA created a bold new domestic and international anti-human trafficking strategy and established numerous new programs to protect victims, prosecute traffickers, and to the extent possible, prevent human trafficking in the first place, what we often refer to as the 3 Ps. Though it's hard to believe now, the TVPA was met with a wall of skepticism and opposition, dismissed by many as a solution in search of a problem. For most people at that time, including many lawmakers, the term trafficking applied almost exclusively to drugs and weapons, not to human beings. Reports of vulnerable persons, especially women and children, being reduced to commodities for sale were often met with surprise and incredulity or outright indifference. The bill was signed into law finally on October 28, 2000, and within a year after enactment, no one, I say again no one because I chaired the hearings, was arguing anymore that the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and its integrated 3P strategy was flawed, unworkable, unnecessary, or counterproductive. Today, we are marking up reauthorization of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, named in honor of Frederick Douglass. This legislation was co-sponsored by my friend and subcommittee ranking member, Susan Wild, and I want to thank her for that, and Chairman McCaul, of course, Ann Wagner, Kathy Manning, Henry Cuellar, Joe Wilson, Amanda Redwagon, Michael Burgess, and Donald Davis. I especially want to thank our staffs, including Mary Vigil, for her tremendous work on this, and Janice Kaguyutan for her work as well. It's been a great collaboration of the staffs and members, so I want to thank them for that. Specifically, the bill encourages the usage of prevention efforts to include accessible, age-appropriate, and trauma-informed approaches for USAID beneficiaries. And a big emphasis in the bill is on prevention and the further incorporation of counter-trafficking efforts across the development portfolio. It streamlines statutory language for the Tier 2 watch list It reauthorizes the Department of State Office to monitor and combat trafficking in persons, and it reauthorizes funding for the International Megan's Law and the Angel Watch program. Just parenthetically on that issue, little Megan Kanka, a girl who lived in my hometown, my wife and I, hometown of Hamilton, New Jersey, in 1994 was killed by a convicted pedophile who lived across the street. We now have Megan's laws in every state, but unfortunately, many of the people who commit these crimes, upon leaving jail after their incarceration, go on child sex tourism trips, and they abuse little children all around the world, from Thailand to Brazil to Mexico, all around the world. This legislation, which it took 8 years to pass, it passed the House 3 times. Senate kept objecting to it. Finally, we got it enacted into law. And now it provides notice to countries of destination of any of these convicted pedophiles before they travel, so that if the country wants to say you're not coming in, they are empowered to do so, knowing that the reason for that travel could likely be, and probably is, child sex tourism. The Homeland Security on October 27th, just a few days ago, provided me with an update. So far, they have provided 22,790 notifications, and countries who have denied travel include 8,357 times where they said, you're not coming in. So it is having an impact, and hopefully it is taking the secrecy, or some of it, out of these child sex tourism trips. That's reauthorized in the bill. Again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, again, for your steadfast support of trafficking, for the laws that you've written, including when you were chairman of Homeland Security with the Blue Campaign, tremendous law, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this bipartisan measure that's led by Representative Smith, who has worked on this tirelessly, and I admire him for it, as well as Representative Wow, to reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. We have reauthorized this bill several times in 2003, 2006, 2008, 2013, and most recently in 2019. This legislation serves as a reminder that Congress has played and will continue to play a critical role in advancing the United States and global efforts to combat and eliminate human trafficking. I thank Representative Smith for authoring the first modern trafficking bill and its subsequent reauthorizations, again, tirelessly fighting to do the right thing to protect children. We thank you for your leadership, and we are proud to partner with you, not only in elevating this issue, but also in making real differences in people's lives, which is what this is really all about. Today, we build on the successes and the lessons learned over the last decades. This bill is a 5-year reauthorization of important counter-trafficking programs, and it also modernizes some of the prevention, protections, and prosecution tools, and to eradicate this billion-dollar criminal enterprise. I support the Smith A&S, and I again thank him. As he's indicated, he's worked with Congresswoman Bass in the past. He's worked with Congresswoman Wow. You know, he's done this in a completely bipartisan effort, because this is not about politics. This is about doing the right thing. It's about humanity, and it's about protecting kids and stopping this heinous trafficking that takes place. And I encourage all of my colleagues to support this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Wagner.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Meeks, Representative Wild, and most especially Representative Smith for your decades, sir, of leadership on this vital legislation. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, or TVPA, is the most significant federal anti-trafficking law in the United States. The landmark provisions of this law have helped rescue countless victims from abuse and exploitation, both in the United States and around the world. However, tragically, human trafficking and child exploitation continue to rise within our own borders and internationally. According to the Department of Justice, the number of individuals prosecuted for human trafficking has more than doubled in the past decade. Even worse, The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has seen an 89% increase in online child sexual abuse material since 2019, and a 567% increase in the sexual enticement of children since 2018. All of these issues are interconnected, and Congress must adopt a whole-of-government approach in reversing these horrific trends. Passing this bill, H.R. 5856, is a vital step that we must take to combat the scourge of trafficking and exploitation. This legislation will ensure federal dollars go towards areas with high-intensity child sex trafficking and prioritizes prevention education programs that focus on how social media is used to groom and entice children. These efforts are crucial to not only rescuing victims, but also ensuring that vulnerable individuals are aware of the potential dangers online and in communities throughout the country. Lastly, I want to highlight the Trafficking Survivor Employment and Education Program in this bill. I've worked with numerous survivors throughout my time in Congress and in Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. And one of the most important issues for these brave individuals is breaking the cycle of exploitation that traps victims in such horrifying situations. This program will help give survivors the tools they need to restart their lives, whether it is assistance with education, job skills and vocational training, or financial literacy. This program will help survivors break that vicious cycle and begin a new life. I want to again thank Representative Chris Smith for his work on this bill. And as a proud original co-sponsor of this legislation, I look forward to its bipartisan approval by this committee and eventual passage into law. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Generally yields back. Did any other members seek recognition? Ms. Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, rise in support of H.R. 5856, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, and I, too, would like to thank the chair of the Subcommittee on Global Health and Human Rights, Mr. Smith, a subcommittee that I am proud to be ranking member on, and have been present at the hearings where we have heard from the witnesses who have been the victims of this type of trafficking. And in addition to which, I spent time this summer in Nepal visiting, meeting with survivors of human trafficking and sex trafficking, and with NGOs that are on the ground trying very, very hard to help those survivors. I can think of no subject more suitable for bipartisan support, and I hope that all of our members will vote in favor of this. One of the things that is most enjoyable about the Foreign Affairs Committee, quite frankly, is our ability to work in a bipartisan manner on so many important issues, and this is certainly one of them. And I just, again, want to thank you, Chairman Smith, for your efforts on this and for asking me to co-lead it. And with that, I yield back.
Generally yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Manning's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to support H.R. 5856, the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2023. Bipartisan legislation I helped introduce alongside my good friends and colleagues, Representatives Chris Smith of New Jersey and Susan Wild of Pennsylvania. I want to thank them for their leadership, and I'm very proud to serve alongside them on the Subcommittee on Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations, where we have had important hearings about the problem of human trafficking. And Representative Smith, I just want to mention how much I appreciate your passion and tenacity on this critically important issue. Human trafficking and modern-day slavery is a horrific crime whose continued existence should be a shock to the conscience of our society. Each year, millions of people around the world are trafficked across borders. Violent cartels and some states prey on and abuse the most vulnerable among us, forcing them into child labor, sex slavery, and other abhorrent crimes. That's why it's important that Congress pass this 5-year reauthorization of the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, which established the Department of State's Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons, which ranks governments around the world on their efforts to confront and combat human trafficking. This bill and the ANS would make several important updates to the law, incorporating trauma and victim-centered approaches supported by many stakeholders, as well as an extension of international Megan's Law, which helps prevent convicted predators from preying on and exploiting victims in other countries around the world. In closing, I urge all my colleagues to support this important bipartisan bill that I am proud to co-sponsor. I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. Any other members seek recognition? I recognize myself. Let me just say to my dear friend, Mr. Smith, who I know has worked very hard and tirelessly for many years to get to this point, and we suffered together through much of that with the Senate. I just congratulate you on getting this thing done. It's a milestone bill. You know, there's nothing better than when you pass a bill and you know you're going to save lives. You know, it doesn't happen every day up here. But to pass a bill, to know that you're not only going to save children's lives, but you're make their lives better. The most innocent people in our society with one of the most grotesque crimes. You know, I was a federal prosecutor for many years. I've seen the victims and what was done to them. And, you know, in many respects, it's the absolute worst. And, you know, we always said there's a special place in hell for people like that, especially in prison. And I've sent some of them to prison and rescued many of them. And I just think you're doing, you know, when you do God's work here on earth, that really, that's what it's all about, making a difference in this nation and this world. And sir, I just want to commend you and all the members of this committee. I know the ranking member, I know Ms. Wagner's worked really hard on this issue. This is a righteous one. This is a righteous issue, and I'm delighted we could move it forward. I'm delighted that we have a Senate now that may actually pass it, and it's well-deserved, and I just want to say that. So any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Smith Amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Representative Smith. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5856 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Mr. Smith?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4681, the illicit captagon Trafficking Suppression Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4681, to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to illicit captagon trafficking.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Mr. Hill is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for scheduling H.R. 4681, the illicit captagon Trafficking Suppression Act, for today's debate and markup. I want to particularly thank Congressman Moskowitz, who is my partner in offering this legislation after 2 years of working very closely with your team, including in the last Congress when I was not a member of this committee. So I want to thank you and the Foreign Affairs Committee staff for the hard work and appreciate helping me address this issue effectively. In addition to being a documented war criminal, Bashar al-Assad in Syria has become a transnational drug kingpin, whose captagon drug is devastating families in the region and fueling his terror partnership with Iran and Hezbollah, and now with additional of millions, if not billions, of new, growing illegal sources of funds. In June, the Biden administration outlined their strategy to combat the illegal revenue of captagon, mandated by my first bill, the Captagon Act, which was signed into law as a part of the fiscal 23 NDAA. The illicit Captagon Trafficking Suppression Act will further press the Assad regime by imposing new sanctions to directly target individuals and networks associated with the production and trafficking of this drug. To ensure stability in the region, the United States government must continue to work with our allies and partners and put pressure on stopping the proliferation of this drug and the money it generates. I've been to the region, Mr. Chairman, 3 times this year, and captagon has come up in every visit with regional governments. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq directly have seen captagon trade infiltrate their borders and affect their populations. And Egypt, Israel, and Turkey are certainly concerned about the money generated by captagon, which fuels terrorism on their borders and against their people. The Israeli Defense Force, just in the last few weeks, announced that captagon pills have been found on killed and captured Hamas fighters in the days following the October 7th brutal massacre in southern Israel. The New Line Institute's Captagon Trade Project has now tracked more than 800 seizures of captagon since 2015. Further, earlier this year, the British government estimated the global value of the captagon trade at $57 billion. With more than 80% of captagon being produced in Syria, that's big money for an economy on the brink of utter collapse. While I commend the Biden administration and the United Kingdom jointly for using Caesar sanctions this past spring to sanction individuals for captagon trade, it's important that we now have specific sanctions on the production and trafficking of this drug. This bill is an important piece to the other legislation that this committee has passed and related to the region's work at pushing back against the normalization of diplomatic relations with Assad, the presence of Iran has in every conflict in the region, and in supporting our ally Israel. I ask for my colleagues' support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
This is not the A and S. I'm
Okay. Any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to support my colleague and friend French Hill in this critical legislation to hold the mass murdering regime of Bashar al-Assad accountable for his narco state and trafficking the dangerous drug captagon across the region. The Assad regime is already notorious for its torture of children, use of chemical weapons against civilians, and continued bombing of non-regime areas of Syria. Nearly 1 million people have been murdered at the hands of Assad, yet the world remains largely silent about his crimes against Syrians. Assad saw an opportunity to line his pockets and give his criminal regime more leverage with countries in the region who are desperately seeking to curb the proliferation of the drug captagon. Congressman Hill is correct. It's been reported that Hamas puppets of Iran were deranged with captagon as they committed the massacre in Israel of Israeli citizens a month ago today, October the 7th. Appropriately, it was on Vladimir Putin's birthday. Burning babies alive and parading the murdered Israeli German Shani Luke in the back of a pickup truck through Gaza exposes the barbarism enhanced by captagon. 32 Americans were murdered and civilians kidnapped as hostages held by the murderous tradition of Iran, as in 1979 the U.S. Embassy, as war criminal Putin now has kidnapped babies to replace the brave Russians who have fled the Putin oppression. I am grateful French Hill, appreciated for his South Carolina heritage, for his commitment to holding mass murderer and puppet Putin Assad accountable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for its consideration at this time.
Mr. Hill is recognized. And the clerk shall distribute the Hill amendment in the nature of a substitute. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4681, offered by Mr. Hill of Arkansas. Strike all after.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes 2 changes in the base text, and these are being made after detailed discussions and support from the ranking member, Mr. Meeks, and the minority staff. First, we changed the national security waiver provision standard from vital to important on page 5, line 19 of the ANS. And secondly, we add in a humanitarian waiver on page 6, and this humanitarian waiver language is consistent with the precise same waiver language that we had in the Caesar Act that was approved by this committee and has been utilized in sanctioning the Assad regime. I want to thank my friend, the ranking member, for his work, and of course his staff for their willingness to collaborate with me and get this measure in a position where the ranking member can have support of my bill. Barring any back and forth with the ranking member on this point, I would urge everybody's support and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Let me thank Congressman Hill for authoring this measure, which addresses the Assad regime's trafficking of the drug captagon. For years now, the brutal Assad regime, its affiliates, and criminal networks have used the sale and trafficking of the illegal narcotic captagon to enrich itself and fuel its campaign of brutality against serious people. The Biden administration has taken steps to improve coordination with allies and partners to interdict, counter, and disrupt the networks that perpetuate these flows. However, much more can be done. This bill builds upon this committee's previous legislative efforts to mandate additional sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for captagon's trafficking, as well as important congressional reporting on steps the United States is taking to counter these criminal efforts. And I also want to give a special thank you to Mr. Hill for working with me on a bipartisan amendment which ensures legitimate humanitarian work and continue while that work will continue while making sure that these additional sanctions are in fact targeted and effective. I want to thank you, Mr. Hill. I want to thank your staff for working collectively. Again, this is what I am happy to do, and you are a person of integrity, and I really appreciate it, and working with you as always. Again, I encourage all of the members of this committee to support this bill, as I do also, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? I recognize myself for a brief statement. I want to congratulate Mr. Hill for bringing this forward. I think a lot of people didn't know what captagon was prior to the Hamas invasion of Israel, but it's a very wicked amphetamine that causes delusional behavior. And if you look at the videos of Hamas terrorizing the kibbutz and the Jewish people with these horrific crimes of humanity, against humanity, raping, tearing a baby out of a mother's womb and burning children alive and cutting heads off. And what drives people to do something like this? It's terrorism. But just like the Nazis, they're all jacked up on amphetamine and other things, and it causes very, very violent behavior. So I think this is an excellent bill, and I fully support. Any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, do any members wish to offer an amendment to the Hill Amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Hill. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 4681 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Hill's recognized.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, please.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5961, No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. The bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5961 to freeze certain Iranian funds involved in the 2003 hostage deals between the United States and Iran and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself in support of this bill. This bill, the No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act, imposes new sanctions on the $6 billion of Iranian funds transferred to Qatar as part of the 2023 hostage deal. First, let me say that I'm relieved that Americans held hostage by Iran are safely at home. They've been through a terrible ordeal and should never have been imprisoned. But cutting a $6 billion deal with a leading state sponsor of terrorism with a 44-year-long history of hostage-taking is, in my judgment, foolish and only incentivizes more hostage-taking. It's about $1.2 billion per blue passport. 1,400 people were killed during the Hamas barbaric attack against Israel. 242 hostages were taken. There is no acceptable response to this brutal terrorist assault other than to impose new restrictions to permanently prevent Iran from tapping into a $6 billion windfall, which it will use to prop up its terror proxies. Money is fungible. Giving Iran access to funds in any form frees up money for its malign activities. Iran has historically spent $100 million a year supporting Hamas alone. That's just a fraction of what it contributes its network of terrorist proxies overall. Iran's long documented history of sanctions evasion and money laundering means we cannot trust Iran to use this money for humanitarian purposes. And if you have any doubt about this, any doubt about Iran's intentions, just look at not my words, but the words of the Iranian president, Raisi, bragging to the world that Iran would spend the $6 billion, quote, wherever we need it, end of quote. Well, I take him at his word. It would be irresponsible to allow another cent to flow to Iran. So that's why my bill ensures the funds remain permanently off limits to the Iranian regime. This bill would impose immediate mandatory sanctions on any financial institution that helps Iran use the $6 billion, effectively freezing it. With such instability in the region, the last thing we need is to give Iran access to $6 billion to be diverted to terrorism. We must sanction anyone who enables the transfer or processing of transactions involving these funds, plain and simple. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Biden did the right thing. He brought 5 Americans home who were rotting in Iran's notorious Evin prison, and every member of Congress who was aware of these cases wanted our fellow citizens to come home. We promised their families we'd fight to bring them home. We were all calling on the president to make it happen. President Obama couldn't get them out. President Trump couldn't get them out. President Joe Biden succeeded. The agreement isn't pleasant for anybody. The administration doesn't love it. Democrats in Congress don't love it. Republicans in Congress don't love it. No hostage agreement with an enemy is pleasant or easy. and no deal with the regime in Tehran, a murderous and corrupt regime, is pleasant or easy. But thanks to this agreement, 5 American families are now whole again, and Iran has lost the leverage of holding American hostages. The bill before us would sanction parties that carry out the financial terms of the hostage agreement in question. Let's take a moment and walk through some facts. The Trump administration established a restricted account in South Korea, where billions of Iran's own profits from oil sales were sitting for Iran to make approved humanitarian purchases. We had no control over this account, none. This agreement moved that $6 billion from the restricted account in South Korea, converted it into euros, and relocated into a restricted account in Qatar. The United States has visibility now over this account, which we didn't before. Not a single penny has moved into Iran. Iran has gained nothing, zero, nada, period. The regime just lost their hostages. Under the terms of the agreement, Iran can use its money in Qatar to make approved humanitarian purchases to acquire medicine, medical equipment, agricultural goods, and food. Iran will never touch this money. The entirety of the transaction occurs outside of Iran, and Iran only receives the vetted humanitarian goods. Thus far, Iran has not made any request of this humanitarian fund. Again, nothing has been gained by Iran. All of the money remains in the account, every single penny of it. An account that we can watch, an account we now have leverage over due to our relationships with the correspondent banks in Europe that are integral to process any transactions which we did not have before. In other words, we now have more control over this money than we did when it was in Korea. In fact, this account provides us with leverage, not the other way around. Furthermore, following the horrific attacks in Israel on October the 7th, the humanitarian fund has been frozen indefinitely by the United States and Qatar. No humanitarian purchase will be approved anytime soon. Again, nothing has changed. The money remains in the account, and we continue to have leverage. But if we pass this bill, that leverage will be gone. We will also lose our ability to conduct diplomacy with Iran and others in the future. Because if we blow up this agreement by passing this bill, we, the United States, will be the ones breaking yet another sensitive negotiated agreement with Iran. Our word and integrity will no longer be good in negotiations. This prisoner agreement has eliminated a long-standing obstacle for improving U.S.-Iranian relations for the purpose of preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. And I'm not suggesting we try to befriend Iran. Quite the opposite. Iran has only served to destabilize the broader Middle East by including supporting terrorist groups like Hezbollah and Hamas. The population of Gaza would not be engulfed in war were it not for Hamas. Iran-backed Hamas brought this upon everyone. But we must remain sober and serious about the challenge of Iran and keep a focus on Iran's nefarious nuclear program. None of the bad options we possess to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions are better than the diplomatic track, which has already proven successful. Remember, it was the United States who violated the JCPOA, not Iran. Pulling out of this hostage agreement will be the second time we violated an agreement with Iran's leaders. Passage of this bill would mean potentially slamming the door closed on future diplomacy, and leaving us only with dangerous and highly risky options of confronting Iran's nuclear program. The prisoner swap confirms to the Iranian regime and others watching that the United States is a reliable negotiating partner. This is a crucial basis for the reopening of formal nuclear negotiations in the future. We must keep this possibility alive. So concluding, this agreement has freed 5 Americans who were suffering in Iranian prison. It shifted Iran's own money from an account in Korea we did not control to one where we play a role, and not a single penny has left the account or entered Iran. and this fund remains frozen indefinitely by the U.S. and Qatar, and there is no reason to jeopardize future negotiations or further inflame an already dangerous situation by passing this bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Mast is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support. And I guess the way that I would capture this is to say it's literally a situation of adding injury to insult. And not just injury in the immediate, but injury in the future. And I recognize everybody in this room has had the opportunity for classified briefing on this. I don't know if everybody attended classified briefing on it. I will only say this about the briefing. I received briefing on it, and I remain 100% not convinced that the status quo will keep these funds from being used by Iran for terror activities. Let me say that one more time. I remain unconvinced that the status quo would keep the funds from being used for terrorism by Iran, by any of their proxies, shuffled on down the line to whoever it is that they want to shuffle that to. And I don't know if other people heard different things in the briefings than what I heard. But I would make this point as well, as we are in a moment of hundreds of hostages being held by these same arms. I can't speak for Iran, but I consider it highly unlikely that Iran is out there speaking to its proxies right now, telling them that you're not going to get anything for these hostages. See, look, we had this deal, and yes, it says $6 billion, but we actually didn't get anything. I just somehow doubt that that is the conversation that's taking place right now between Iran and the Palestinian army of Hamas that they are out there supporting. And in that, I thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Ms. Comlager Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, I think, sets a dangerous precedent by questioning our commitment to securing the release of American hostages and fracturing U.S. diplomatic credibility and upholding negotiated agreements. The deal with Iran advanced two important U.S. interests. First, it got the Iranian government to use its own funds for humanitarian aid for the Iranian people, something deeply needed as they are suffering under this regime and remain menaced by an acute economic crisis. And this is the part everyone conveniently forgets, return 5 Americans who were being held hostage by the regime. And these Americans had been sitting in an Iranian jail for years, over the course of several presidential administrations, unsure if they would ever see their loved ones again. They were held at Evin Prison, which is notorious for human rights violations, psychological torture, and repulsive living conditions. One of the Americans had been imprisoned for 7.5 years, which is longer than some of us have served in Congress. The fundamental expectation that we would uphold our side of the bargain is the only reason those prisoners were able to come home to see their families. So what message are we sending our constituents when we renege on this deal? That if they are held hostage, we won't help them? Well, my constituent, Avon Hernandez, is being wrongfully detained in Venezuela, and there is nothing that I wouldn't do to make sure that he gets to see his family again. I think he's worth it. I think he's worth all kinds of negotiations, and I would hope I can say the same for this country. By refusing to uphold our end of the bargain, we also lose diplomatic credibility, and we severely disincentivize any agreement like this from happening again with other countries who have American hostages. This bill jeopardizes the chances of freedom for American hostages in order to score political points. No country would make a deal with someone who doesn't follow through, and we are all learning our lesson of dealing with bad faith actors in Congress. We cut deals with all kinds of actors every single day, good and bad. And it is so important that we separate policy from politics and propaganda. To the points made by the ranking member, you know, the timing was poor on this deal, yes, but sanctions are already present and will continue. Checks and balances are already in place, and heightened accountability has been added as a result of October 7th. Diplomacy means you talk to your friends, And it means you also find ways to talk to your enemies. And at the end of the day, we should not forget that this was about bringing home American hostages, people who deserve our attention and as much diplomatic and negotiated interactions as possible to bring them home safely to their families. We must be abundantly clear what is really at stake when we treat diplomacy like it doesn't matter. You literally put American lives at risk. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Hill is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise in support of this bill, 5961, No Funds for Iranian Terrorism Act. And I think we all acknowledge on both sides of the aisle that we certainly support efforts by the administration to bring Americans wrongfully detained or held hostage by state actors or non-state actors home. That's a goal of our country. It's a goal of everybody in this Congress. Congresswoman Haley Stevens and I co-chair the task force in the House to help educate members about what they can do to support their constituents that are, in fact, have family members held wrongfully abroad by a state actor or non-state actor. So that's to be commended. But when you put a price on the blue passport, you encourage more hostage taking, not less. And if we're talking about diplomatic relations and not honoring agreements, let's start with Tehran and the Biden policy of continuing the appeasement of the Obama administration, which is at the root of much of the drama and terror that we are witnessing right this week. Iran is the world's largest and #1 state sponsor of terrorism. Sanctions relief and appeasement under the past Democratic administrations absolutely aren't accomplishing any diplomatic objective, and it's certainly not accomplishing easier access to hostages. In fact, under this administration, Iran's GDP is growing. It's now $550 billion. It was that level under President Obama. With all of the above sanctions policies of President Trump, it shrunk to $300 billion, a loss of $200 billion per year. And now under President Biden, it's back growing again. It was $359 billion in 21, and it's now almost $400 billion in 2022. So Iran is growing. They aren't facing sanctions like they were under the Trump administration. And while it's important to recognize this $6 billion is also just a small part of the money freed up for this terror state. Because just as has been described accurately by Mr. Meeks and Mr. McCaul, this $6 billion is just one account that is Iranian money held in escrow in Qatar. But there's another one of $10 billion that's in Oman that is for gas sales from Iran to Iraq that's also being freed up at this time. And when you look at $17 billion in an economy of that size, that's a lot of fungible money that, as Chairman McCaul has said, can be spent for whatever the mullahs want. So this administration has allowed Iran back into the global economy. And yet they're exporting ballistic missile technologies. In Ukraine, to defeat Ukraine, Iran is selling drones and arms to Russia. To kill Israelis and wipe Israel off the map, Iran is the primary financier of Hamas and Hezbollah in Lebanon. As a protector and partner to Assad, who we just discussed in Syria, Iran is the principal financier of the Assad regime, Hamas, and fights alongside Russia in killing Syrians. And in Yemen, Iran is the principal financial supporter of the Hutus, which last time I checked in the last few days have been firing rockets over Saudi Arabia to hit Israel. And this is who we want to give more money to. This makes no sense to me. So circumstances change in negotiations. Circumstances change in negotiations. And Iran is directly involved in all these conflicts, directly involved in funding terror, directly involved in killing Israelis. And to cap it all off, 91% of the Iranian oil exports are being bought by China, the largest part of Iran's economy. Why is it growing? Because they're selling oil to China. This bill is an important step and a small step, but it allows us to have a consistent U.S. policy that sees Iran for what it is and puts the sanction pressure where it deserves. I thank the chairman, I support this bill, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Davidson is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I just have to address Mr. Meek's argument and some of our colleagues that have defended the idea of even entering into negotiation for our hostages. Look, I think we should do everything we can to get hostages back. It's shameful. Frankly, so much conflict in the world comes about because people just can't live by basic maxims. Don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. But somehow that breaks down. And so you have to right it. There has to be justice. But the idea that there's a greater moral good by setting a market price for taking American hostages, and make no mistake, that's what this does. It sets a market price on the head of every American. If I take this hostage, I might be able to exchange him for this kind of money. And that is an incredible moral hazard. I think it's a horrible approach to diplomacy by our administration or any administration for that matter. But I think one of the other things that I'm concerned about, and while I do, I think in balance, support this bill, one of the ways that Congress is broken that most folks back home don't really appreciate is why are so many things kind of in half measures here? And it's because of committees of jurisdiction. And frankly, Mr. Pfluger has a similar bill, but it involves other committees of jurisdiction, Ways and Means, Financial Services, maybe Oversight. You might need 4 committees of jurisdiction to try to holistically solve this problem, and that creates challenges to being able to make things work. It certainly slows things down, and we all know Congress already works slower than is necessary to solve problems on the pace of real-world time demands. So I think it's disappointing. I hope we'll collaborate to find a way to work through some of these committees of jurisdiction. I hope that when we do bring this to the floor, that we don't simply do it in a way that is a suspension vote. I hope we do it in a way that allows for debate and amendment so that some of these things that are in other areas of jurisdiction can be considered, because I think we can make this good bill stronger, but we can't necessarily do that within the jurisdiction of foreign affairs. So, look, it's a common sense approach. The arguments are made well, but I don't think the whole solution can be made narrowly within the foreign affairs jurisdiction. I believe I'll support it, but I hope we can make it even stronger. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. And let me just say, I have been in touch with my colleague from Texas, and we've been working on this. I anticipate this will go to the floor under a rule, and we will have amendments that I will negotiate with him to get that in. So if that gives you some relief from your concern. Mr. Baird? You're good? Okay. No further discussion. The committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. No, he said that. The clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Meeks, number 9.
Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5961 offered by Mr. Meeks of New York. In Section 3, redesignate subsection E as subsection F. In Section 3...
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispense with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to reiterate something I stated unequivocally at the first markup of this Congress. I will not support any sanction measures that moves through this committee if it does not include a waiver in some form or fashion. And if the sanctions authority has broad global economic consequences, like some legislation that has moved through the committee, this Congress, then the waiver standard must explicitly make room for economic considerations. We should not pass sanctions legislation intended to have an economic impact and then not allow the President or the Secretary of State to consider economic factors when making decisions about waivers. The de facto position of the bill is that no administration should be able to negotiate humanitarian aid for the Iranian people in exchange for any American global interest, including to free American hostages. I can't support that position. So I request all members support my amendment and add a waiver to this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for offering this amendment. However, I must oppose it. This amendment would allow the President to waive the sanctions in this bill if he decides that it is, quote, unquote, important to our national security interests. This is very broad. I think it would undermine the purpose of the bill. I think that the intent and motive of the administration is clear when they transferred the funding from the South Korean bank account to the account in Qatar, that the whole purpose of the whole negotiation was to bring that money in to Iran. I understand it was for humanitarian purposes. I'm not sure about the fidelity of the money going in only for humanitarian when it is A, fungible, B, the President of Iran's statements that he's going to use the money for whatever he wants to. So this does not give me enough assurance that the intent of this legislation would be carried out. In fact, I think it would be waived almost immediately. And so for that reason, I oppose. Do any other members seek recognition? Ms., can I just say Cher McCormick?
Mr. Chairman, I have a member at the desk. I ask to be recognized.
No. Oh, yeah, we're on the Meeks Amendment. Sorry, we're discussing the Meeks Amendment right now. But you are recognized if you'd like to speak on the Meeks Amendment. Okay.
Would the gentlelady yield? Does she yield? Okay. I just want to stress, Mr. Chairman, that no money goes into Iran at all. It was in one account, of which President Trump put it in Korea, where we had no oversight, and it was moved from one account to another account in Qatar, not Iran. Not a dime goes into Iran, not a cent, not a penny, that we have now greater oversight on. And I would just stress that I don't believe whether it's a Democratic president or a Republican president, that the President of the United States should not take in consideration the interests of the people of the United States and have the ability to have a waiver for economic considerations or other. That is the reason why the elected President of the United States, we have a check and a balance, but information and concerns and moving forward is extremely important. But I just wanted to stress that not one, because I hear money going into Iran, money going into Iran, money going into Iran. No money is going into Iran. I give back the time to the gentlelady.
Gentlelady yields. And any further discussion? Mr. Mast? Correct. No, the Meeks Amendment.
The Meeks Amendment. Thank you. I'm recognized.
You're recognized.
Thank you. What was just said is just fundamentally false, Mr. Ranking Member. The idea that there was an exchange of funds in an account for hostages and that maybe they're not spending something today, but that they're not going to have access to spend something when they make the appropriate request to spend whatever. I mean, it's a difficult conversation to have in here because a lot of what we've discussed has been in classified briefings, but we know for a fact they can get their hands on the money and utilize the money. They can get their hands on the money and utilize the money. I see some of your staff that weren't sitting in classified briefings nodding their heads, so I'm thinking maybe they don't know squat, but that's a fact. And this is it. I mean,
Chairman Yeo?
well, yes, I will yield in a moment. Last time I asked you to yield, you said, I think your exact words were, I wasn't worth it. I operate differently than you do, and I will give you the respect of yielding you a few moments of time, by all means.
We obviously were in the same, because I've made many classified meetings. Some you were in, and some you were not in. And most of the members of my staff happened to have been in. I know the ones that you were in with me, they were also in the classified meeting. So obviously, we might have heard then different things and different facts. But for you to say that money has gone into Iran is incorrect.
Is that what I just said?
Say it again?
That's literally not what I just said to you.
That is what I hear you said. What did you say?
So it kind of goes to your point of hearing what you want to hear. I literally just said to you, to make the point that they can't, through the channels that they have to go through to request funds. We know that there are specific channels to request funds, be it for agricultural equipment or whatever somebody wants to say it might be for, that they won't be able to use the funds of this agreement is fundamentally false. They will.
I can't say exactly what we were told at the classified meeting. All I could say is, in the meeting, it was clear that the money, and frozen is a technical term, that the money is frozen.
Let me, we'll continue this colloquy for a moment. Do you believe that term frozen to be a permanent term?
I believe the term
without end.
The term frozen means that the money, as we speak, cannot go into Iran.
But do you think that is a permanent term without end?
Without end, I believe, and I think what we were debating here, and what I heard was that the money is going into Iran. And I know, and what I've stated is that we now have more control over that money in Qatar than we did when it was in Korea.
I want to make sure you said that you did just now say the money is going into Iran.
It's not going into
You just said in. I realized maybe
I said
you
the
might have made a
money
mistake.
is not going into Iran. And we now have more control over that money than we did when it was in the account in Korea.
So you won't say that that term frozen is a permanent term. And I believe that you won't say that because that is not a permanent term. You might be speaking in the short term saying that, well, maybe they can't access something today or tomorrow, but to pretend that there is not a method, a set path for them to get the dollars that are a part of this deal, there is.
My position is diplomacy matters. So if you're asking if, we don't know what the future holds.
But we know they can access the money.
They cannot access the money today.
But we know they can access the money.
They cannot access the money today.
But they can access it.
They cannot access the money today.
So, and I think the American people can see you're purposefully saying today, and you're mincing words.
No,
not
you're mincing
saying
words.
in
The
totality.
question is, can they access the money now?
No, that's not the question that
Gentleman's time has
question I was
expired. Any further discussion on the Meeks Amendment? I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'd just like to say that, well, first of all, I don't condone any remarks impugning staff. Staff works hard. They don't deserve that on either side. You work very hard. I think member to member, that's fair game. But having said that, I have to agree with my colleague in the sense that why was the money transferred? Well, because it was part of the hostage negotiation deal. And why was it transferred to a Qatari bank? Why couldn't they just provide humanitarian assistance from the South Korean bank? But they didn't do that. It wasn't done that way. It was transferred through this wire transfer to the Qatari bank with the understanding that it would go into Iran for humanitarian purposes. Which takes me back to my argument again, that money is fungible, and the president of Iran said himself, he will do whatever he wants with that money. And I think that's why, although I respect the ranking member greatly, I just don't trust this administration, given the conduct that set this whole deal up in the first place, that if we give him a waiver, he will exercise that waiver. And then we're looking at $6 billion going in, maybe well-intentioned for humanitarian, but we know the president of Iran has said that's not where it's going to go. And my God, with him giving, drones to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians, drones to Russia, I mean, with them, lighting up Israel, with all their proxies, I think it would be irresponsible and reckless, quite frankly, to do this. And I don't understand the overall deal here. Perhaps behind the scenes there's some JCPOA going on where it will leverage Iran to start complying with the JCPOA. And that may be to your point on diplomacy. But they have not come out and told us that. So I don't have all the facts. All I know is $6 billion was transferred, and you have to ask yourself the question, why? Why was it important to get it to a Qatari bank? I don't think we have all that information. But, as a federal prosecutor, you were too. I see money moving around. I'm like, okay, why'd they do that? And I was told overall it was because they wanted to put the money in Iran for humanitarian purposes. And I think after they got caught is when they decided, ooh, wait a minute, we're not gonna do that anymore. But it wasn't until the media caught onto this and the administration got caught with its hand in the cookie jar that they realized, uh-oh, we better not do that because that's not going to look good. And then with the invasion of Hamas into Israel on top of all this, that's where the argument really starts to fall in my humble opinion. And I know that the ranking member and I, we agree to disagree. We always do it civilly. And I just make my points as an attorney like you, sir. And I just have my concerns. I have to be honest with you. Any other member seek recognition? Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I railed against this $6 billion in unfrozen assets back in August, back on September 11th when this administration formally informed Congress. And when we had a hearing at the end of September on the Taylor Force Act and the failure of the administration to enforce the Taylor Force Act and prevent the Palestinian Authority from getting aid and continuing to have pay-to-slay policies. This entire situation goes well beyond the $6 billion in unfrozen assets that were a part of a hostage negotiation deal brokered by this administration. Their failure to enforce secondary sanctions on purchasers of Iranian petroleum has given Iran at least $30 billion in additional revenue from the sale of Iranian petroleum. They are the greatest state sponsor of terror. We all acknowledge that. And yet we're seeking ways to make it easier for them to find and receive funds and aid. When we have reached out to this administration and inquired with this administration as to the $6 billion, they can't give us answers. Now, my colleague from New York said they can't access the funds today. we have asked and asked and asked how long this period of freezing is supposed to last. There's no answer. So is it just at the whim of this administration when they decide, okay, now Iran should get these funds? We know Iran has backed Hamas and Hezbollah for years. We know Iran's stated intent is to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. The only rational, reasonable thing to do is void that agreement and refreeze the $6 billion in funds. Leaving it in Qatar is absurd. So we all need to be rational in this discussion. And the only rational thing is to make sure that Iran does not get funds to use to fund terrorism to wipe out Israel and slaughter Jews, period. That's it. That's the only rational thing to do here. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields. Any further discussion? Ms. McCormick?
I would like to request some time and yield it to Meeks.
Let me try to explain this. Iran will never physically get dollars in their hands. What the process is, there's a third-party contractor that Iran will have to work with. They have, and they're a vetted contractor will then say, give us X amount of dollars to purchase, whether it's agriculture or pharmaceuticals, for humanitarian purposes. The thing or the item that Iran would receive is not money, is not dollars. It would be the pharmaceutical product. It would be the agricultural product. It would be the products that I've enunciated or talking about earlier of what this deal cut. Not dollars. Products for humanitarian purposes. Not dollars. And the purpose, as we talk about humanitarian concerns as a nation, I think is the appropriate thing to do. But even now, because of the oversight, because of what's taking place, the humanitarian physical items, the request by the third-party contractor would be denied. But the possibility of in the future that Iran could get not the money, but the product for humanitarian purposes could happen. And I yield back the time to the gentlelady.
Gentlemen, yields. Any further discussion? I would like to move. I know we have how many more amendments? Anyway, I'd just like to, in the little bit of time I have, fungible, being something such as money or a commodity of such a nature that one part or quantity may be replaced by another equal part or quantity in paying a debt or settling an account. Fungible. And I think with, and I have great respect, I think that's our biggest concern is the fungibility. And the statements by the Iranian president saying he's going to do whatever he wants. Well, but in the spirit of moving forward, is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered, number 9, offered by Mr. Meeks. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Titus is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As members of Congress and as members of
Ms.
this...
Titus,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Titus has an amendment at the desk.
Got carried away. I have amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5961, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada. At the end of Section 2, add the following. President Biden reached an agreement with the Iranian regime to bring home Siamak.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with, the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. As members of Congress and as members of this committee, we have no higher responsibility than to protect U.S. citizens regardless of where they are. If we look at recent history, you can see that the practice of taking U.S. citizens hostage has become increasingly common phenomenon. Over the past 8 years, Americans have been detained abroad at a rate of 500% greater than at any other time in history. For the U.S., whenever we attempt to secure Americans wrongfully detained abroad, a number of factors come into play. Those factors are financial, they're political, they can be partisan, they can be personal. They depend on the timing of the negotiations and the players who are involved in the negotiation. Fairly recently, in 2016, when Iran freed 5 Americans, including the Washington Post journalist Jason Rezaian, after 14 months of intensive diplomacy. This was conducted on the sidelines of the JCPOA. So you can imagine all the factors that were, the confluence of factors that played in that negotiation. Then in the 2023 swap with Tehran, this came after 2 years of talks by the Biden administration, negotiated through Qatar and Oman, since the Iranian officials refused to hold direct talks with their U.S. counterparts under Trump's administration because of his withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. The sensitivity of these talks can't be overstated. As you see, so many factors are involved. And I believe that Biden's administration's masterful diplomatic maneuvering secured the release of these 5 Americans that had been subjected to such horrific treatment during their wrongful detention in Iran. This bill's attempt to kind of thwart any future diplomacy with Iran, not just about the $6 billion, but with restrictions and secondary sanctions on that $6 billion, will only hamper our long-term goals to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran. So regardless of your position on Iran, and I think we've all made that pretty clear, you can't dispute the fact that diplomacy is really our only and best way to prevent worst possible outcomes in the Middle East. Now, not only does this bill fall short on policy, but it also fails to recognize the fact that this hostage swap really is about the lives of 5 Americans, and not just their lives personally, but the lives of their families who have lived in fear, in dread, not knowing what was going to happen, not seeing their loved ones. The stress and the trauma are just pretty unimaginable. And yet in this bill, there's no mention of the names of these hostages who were released. I think that we need to put their names in this bill. We don't need to play politics with their lives. I heard somebody say the only rational thing to do is void the deal. Does that mean we're going to keep the money and give the hostages back? I'm not clear on that. Surely that person didn't really mean that. But we shouldn't think of these people as just pawns in a swap. We shouldn't think of them as just headlines. We need to recognize them as the people, the Americans that they are. So this amendment, as you can see, is just very short and very simple. It would insert the names of the hostages who were freed into the findings section of the bill. So as we speak about issues in this committee, we should remember that our words have impact. They carry weight. They affect international politics as well as individual lives. And so I think that the least we can do is put their names in this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Let me say I support this amendment. I think you correctly state the Biden administration negotiated a deal to free Americans who were wrongfully detained by Iran, and I think it's appropriate that their names be in this legislation. And that's exactly what took place, and the only good thing out of all this is we have these innocent Americans now home and reunited with their families, and that's a big deal. It's a big deal, especially if you're one of the families. And so I support this amendment. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also strongly support the Titus Amendment, because as just indicated, we cannot forget that we are talking about a deal that brought Americans home from imprisonment in a totalitarian regime. Yet none of the findings right now mention this basic fact, and the definition does not acknowledge that they were covered by Iranian funds were moved. Rep. Kamlager-Dove's amendment puts this attention back where it should be. When we heard from Imad Shaji, said just recently upon his release, they take you to a very small room and they throw a giant of a human being in there who proceeds to hit you, to push you around, to threaten to kill you. He also said, and then the good cop comes in and he says, look, I can put a stop to this. You just need to confess. Thankful for his release, he recently stated, I hadn't seen my daughters for 5.5, 6 years. He also said I'd missed all their graduations, all of their birthdays and anniversaries with my wife. It's like being born again. This amendment asserts simple facts, reminds us that American lives are at stake, and therefore I strongly support this amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, question now occurs on amendment number 14 offered by Representative Titus. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk shall distribute the amendment. This is the third one, I think. Third out of 6. Yeah. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5961 offered by Ms. Shirtflis McCormick. Redesignate Section 3 as Section 4. Insert
Without objection,
after-
further reading the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
I'm offering this amendment to H.R. 5961 to reaffirm that what I hope should be a bipartisan principle.
true.
Our problems lie with the Iranian regime, not the Iranian people. I support the greater freedoms of women and religious minorities in Iran. That is precisely why I back numerous resolutions recognizing the protesters in Iran and defending First Amendment-type freedoms for Iranian people. I voted for the Masha Act because I believe that women's rights are human rights and that we need to tighten the screws on the Iranian leaderships. Last week, I voted for the SHIP Act to use secondary sanctions to cut off additional funding to Iran. We need to do what we can to cut off any source of funding for the terrorist-supporting, human rights-violating Iranian regime. I wanted to emphasize that there are significant safeguards on the funds currently in Qatar. First, the Biden administration has made it abundantly clear that the funds are going nowhere anytime soon. Second, if down the road we determine that the Iranian people require humanitarian aid, there are guardrails to ensure that the food and medicine and similar goods alone can be purchased. No other transactions will be approved, and the Iran does not have access to this money currently, nor will they in the future. They can only contract with third-party suppliers to get the goods, and those suppliers will work with financial institutions to process the payments. It is a humanitarian aid or nothing. My amendment emphasizes that we should support humanitarian aid for the Iranian people. We take issue with the Iranian tyrannical leaders, not the citizens who have been forced to endure a harsh regime. I urge all my colleagues to support my amendment. Thank you.
Yields. Let me say I thank the lady, but I do oppose this amendment. As it stands, existing provisions within our sanctions laws permit humanitarian assistance to the people of Iran, and this bill does not negate those provisions. What my bill does is prohibit the Iranian regime from tapping into the $6 billion that was made available earlier this year, because we know what they will do with the money. They've been very clear in their own words, and so while I appreciate the gentlelady's concern about humanitarian assistance, I will have to oppose this amendment. Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Yeah. I strongly support this amendment. In my view, this amendment should be common sense. We do not support Iranian leadership that funds terrorists like Hamas, that kill young women in custody simply for not wearing a hijab, and that regularly take actions to undermine peace and stability in the Middle East. But we do support basic humanitarian aid for the over 80 million people that live in Iran. This committee and this House has passed numerous bills indicating our support for protesters, freedom fighters, and religious minorities in Iran. Part of that support means ensuring these people have enough to eat and basic life-saving medicine. And I sincerely believe all of my colleagues should support this simple amendment, reaffirming basic humanitarian support for Iran, and that it should be included in this legislation. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Sherphyllis McCormick. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there? Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Where is it? Mr. Crow is recognized. And the clerk shall distribute the Crow amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, if the gentleman would pause, the clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5961 offered by Mr. Crow of Colorado. In Section 3, redesignate subsection E as
Without objection, further reading the amendments dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment is very simple. What it does is it makes it very clear that these sanctions and the underlying bill would not apply in instances where the commodities in the money in this fund are being used for humanitarian purposes, for food and for medicine. And here's why it's really important. There has been this discussion, this narrative publicly about the fungibility of sanctions and the fungibility of humanitarian aid. The United States has a very long history of providing humanitarian aid to oppressed peoples and oppressed populations, even in instances where there are malign and oppressive regimes to which we are very adverse. And here's why we do that. We do that for two main principled reasons. And by the way, every administration does this, because this money, this $6 billion, which by the way is not U.S. money, was actually negotiated by the Trump administration. And here's what the Trump administration knew that the Biden administration also knows. Two things. One is that oppressive regimes are oppressive. These regimes purposely oppress their people and withhold humanitarian aid, support, and basic needs from their people as a tool of oppression. So the notion that they're going to make a decision to not engage and not fund their malign activities, which are essential to their oppression, and instead use that money for humanitarian aid actually does not stand the test of reason in what data show very clearly about the nature of these regimes and how they operate. Number two, we provide humanitarian aid for people in oppressive areas because helping them meet their basic needs, making sure that they have medicine, that they are healthy, that they have food, actually helps them resist. Oppressive regimes deprive their people of basic needs because it is a mechanism of control. And when we help meet those needs, we are actually undermining the tools of control of those regimes. That's why it's in our national security and foreign policy interest to do this. And I would be very concerned about any bill or any sanctions program or change to a sanctions program that takes away a very powerful tool to help oppressed people resist oppression in a manner that's consistent with the interests of the United States. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize myself. I oppose this amendment. Under the deal negotiated by the administration, Iran can use this money for humanitarian or agricultural transactions, I should say. But they have a long history of elaborate sanctions evasion, including abusing such exemptions. And I would point the gentleman to a 2019 case involving a Turkish bank that was charged with helping Iran evade sanctions by falsifying humanitarian transactions, exactly what we were talking about. Maybe perhaps Iran can choose to buy food and humanitarian assistance instead of providing its funding to terror. But in their own words, if we give this money to them, their president has already taunted the world, proclaiming that Iran would spend it wherever we need it, in his words, wherever we need it. Going back to the argument on fungibility, we know this is fungible. I think coupled with the president's remarks, he's going to do whatever he's going to want to with the money, there's no assurance that this would ever be used for humanitarian, but rather to buy drones to send to Russia to kill Ukrainians and put into Hamas's coffers to kill the people of Israel. So I do not trust, nor can I verify in this case. And when I look at the case prosecuted by my brethren at the DOJ, it's just a case in point. You know, it talks about facilitating the illicit transfer of billions of dollars to benefit Iran, and for too long the bank and its leaders willfully deceived the United States to shield their actions from scrutiny. This deception ends today. Taking what was supposed to be this humanitarian exception and exploiting it for purposes of terror. That's what we're trying to stop. That's the intent of this bill. And I respect the gentleman and his service to our country, but I do have to oppose this amendment. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I support this amendment. Exceptions for humanitarian assistance should be a standard part of sanctions legislation and a regular part of Treasury's implementing rules for programs created under an executive order. If we want other countries to follow our lead on sanctions, our sanctions laws must be perceived as just and fair with our allies and partners, as well as with countries with which we have more difficult relations. We cannot forget that we brought Iran into the table for JCPOA, largely because we got the whole world on board. It wasn't just the United States. It included Russia and China, along with other allies, but Russia and China were not our allies. Effective global sanctions require effective diplomacy. That's what this is about, this committee, diplomacy. And the Trump administration's maximum pressure campaign has not curbed Iran's nuclear program or throttled their terrorist financing because we have not had allies and partners on board with us. Secondary sanctions aren't going to yield broad results. This committee has passed several pieces of legislation praising the protesters against the Iranian regime, commending the bravery of young women who defy the regime, and supporting religious minorities in Iran that face consistent persecution. Supporting humanitarian aid in Iran is consistent with this message. And so I urge us to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment number 7 offered by Representative Crow. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Jackson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. So we got votes, but we'll see. How many votes? 8. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5961 offered by Mr. Jackson of Illinois. Add at the end of the following. This act shall terminate on the date that is 5 years.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
My amendment would add a sunset provision after 5 years. This amendment is in line with the Majority Leader's floor protocol for the 118th Congress, specifically the Majority Leader's floor protocols on legislation calling for sunset requirements. Just 1 second. To advance the policy originally outlined in the pledge to America to adopt the requirement that programs end or sunset by a date certain. That should include new sanctions authorities as well. It is important for Congress to maintain its Article I powers over foreign policy, and it does that by including a sunset. If we're going to be consistent with floor protocols that the majority has established for new programs, this act should not go into force without a sunset provision. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Yields, and I now recognize myself. I thank you for offering this amendment. However, I must respectfully oppose it. This bill contains behavior-based termination criteria for the sanctions described. In my judgment, sanctions on Iran should not disappear just on some arbitrary date, but rather should remain in place until Iran stops threatening the United States and our allies, like Israel. And so therefore, I must oppose this amendment that adds an arbitrary sunset date. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks.
I strongly support this amendment. Several of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have concluded that military use of force authorizations should come with a sunset, and I've stated my agreement with that sentiment on numerous occasions. Sanctions bills are not different. Sanctions are not military force, of course, and in fact can be an alternative to that more severe approach. But much of the same logic applies here. Just like military conflict can go on autopilot, sanctions can do the same. We have numerous outdated sanctions on the books whose sell-by date has long expired. Sanctions without any waivers or sunsets are particularly dangerous, and in this case, with this bill. I've agreed to numerous sunset extensions as chair of this committee and now as ranking member. Congress is perfectly capable of reauthorizing sanctions when we need to. Rep. Jackson's amendment would greatly improve this bill, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on amendment number 12, offered by Representative Jackson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I'd request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Kamlager-Dev is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5961 offered by Ms. Kamlager-Dove of California. In Section 4.2, add at the end the following. Such term does not include any such funds that were transferred.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd also like to just thank staff for all of your hard work. I certainly appreciate your efforts and think you know more than squat. And I think public disparaging of your work and contributions really comes off as uninformed. So I just want you all to know for the record that I appreciate you. My amendment preserves the original intent of this agreement, which was to free American hostages imprisoned in Iran. Every American matters, and no American should be left behind. All those hostages are somebody's child. Reneging on this agreement hurts every future negotiation to release innocent Americans from illegal imprisonment abroad. I urge all of my colleagues to stand up for diplomacy and for wrongfully detained Americans and to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself. I thank the gentlelady for offering her amendment, but however, I must oppose it. The entire purpose of this bill is to limit Iran's access to the $6 billion windfall it was granted in September because we've seen how Iran spends its money. Iran supports terror groups and proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, all of which are actively attacking our friend and ally Israel. Iran backs proxies in Iraq and Syria and have attacked American service members at least 38 times since mid-October. We need to block Iran's access to these funds for our own security. So defining the scope of the bill to exclude the $6 billion effectively guts the bill, and for that reason, I do oppose it. Any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I strongly support Ms. Representative Kamlager-Dove's amendment. Sadly, this committee has passed numerous resolutions calling for the release of American hostages. Sometimes public pressure and shame campaigns work, but sometimes there are trade-offs. Israel freed over 1,000 hostages for one soldier in 2011. You know, it's easy to Monday morning quarterback these deals. It's harder for a leader of a nation to tell an American family member that they won't do everything they can to get the job done. We should be applauding bringing Americans home. So I strongly support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on amendment number 13, offered by Representative Kamlager-Dev. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
The roll call vote has been requested pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments? If there are no further amendments, we will proceed. Okay. There are no further amendments at this time. Further proceedings on this bill shall be postponed. The committee will recess for votes and will reconvene at approximately 2:45 when votes on the floor have been concluded.
Hi there.
I'm not sure. Oh, that's one of the hostage family guys. All right. Sorry on that. All right. Here we go. The committee will come to order. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 793, calling on Hamas to immediately release hostages taken during October 2023 attack on Israel. The resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.Res. 793, calling on Hamas to immediately release hostages taken during October 2023 attack on Israel. Whereas on October 7th, 2023.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and the resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself in support of the measure. On Saturday, October 7th, Israelis awoke to rockets raining down on them from Gaza and gunmen breaking down their doors, invading their homes. In total, Hamas terrorists killed 1,400 men, women, and children. In addition to the horrific killings perpetrated that day, Hamas also instructed their death squads to take innocent civilians hostage as part of this barbaric terrorist attack. And I'd like to state for the record, we have some of the families of the hostages present here in the hearing room, and we pray for your loved ones that they're returned home safely and soon. Now, 1 month later, about 241 people, including American citizens, are being held by Hamas. Mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, as well as grandparents and elderly were taken. Most disturbingly, children were taken hostage. Currently, a number are being held underground in Hamas's 500-mile network of tunnels. In the ultimate act of cowardice, these terrorists are now using the hostages as human shields as they continue to perpetrate their war against Israel. This is pure evil. These monsters will do anything to achieve their goal of the destruction of Israel. These hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. Hamas has the power right now to release these innocent civilians, but they choose to keep them in captivity. This has nothing to do with a ceasefire. This resolution declares a clear message: free the hostages now. I hope every member of the committee joins me in supporting this resolution. And again, I want to recognize the families who are here, and we will be participating in a candlelight service at 5 o'clock on the East Capitol steps of the Capitol, and we certainly hope that you will join us for that event. We pray for your loved ones. We pray for their safe return home. I know it breaks your heart, it breaks mine. I know it breaks everyone's heart on this committee, and we will bring them home. And we need to send a positive message. And with that, I'd like to take just a moment of silence. Is there any further discussion on the resolution? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me first acknowledge the families that are here. I can say unequivocally that every member of this committee, heart, soul, and prayers are with you and your families. We surely wish you did not have to be here today. We want to make sure that your loved ones are returned to you immediately. And I think it is significant and important that we speak with a unanimous vote and a unanimous voice on having your loved ones who were taken away by a vicious and heinous acts of Hamas return to you in short order. I strongly support this measure, and I'm thankful to my colleagues, Representative Stevens, for introducing this resolution along with Representative Hill, and their foresight, and their coming to both Mr. McCaul and I, saying let's expedite this resolution. And Mr. McCaul being grateful and graceful, and we were able to put this on immediately. I wish we'd have even had it on sooner, because right after they were taken, it was the sentiment of this Congress to make sure that your loved ones are returned. The Hamas terror attack on October 7th resulted in the abduction of some 240 people and the death of 1,400 more. The hostages included soldiers, civilians, grandparents, and 33 children. Many are Israeli. Some are foreign or dual nations. 4 hostages have been released, and Israel has said it rescued 1 soldier in their operation. Hamas's abductions are a crime against humanity, specifically targeting a civilian population. The sheer scale of the casualties and murder are the greatest attack against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And the unimaginable human suffering that has transpired as a result of Hamas's use of human shields is something we will never forget. This resolution calls attention to these abductions perpetuated by Hamas. Hamas captured these innocent people so they can be used as bargaining chips and human shields, while Hamas attempts to wipe Israel off the map. Yet while the situation is dire, there is hope. There are experienced public servants across the United States government who have already helped secure the release of some Americans from Hamas's clutches. And these dedicated officials in the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, and elsewhere across our government continue their tireless work to bring all of the remaining hostages home. This resolution is simple. It condemns the horrific actions of Hamas, correctly notes that hostage taking is a violation of international humanitarian law, expresses solidarity with the victims, and demands Hamas release all hostages immediately. But while simple, it is incredibly important that we give it our full support. We must stand with the hostages and the families here with us today, and all of those in Israel. and all over the world until they are brought home safely. We will not rest until they are home safely. So let me conclude just by saying I want to thank Ms. Stevens and Mr. Hill again for their tireless efforts on behalf of the American families and the Israeli families and all of the hostages taken or wrongfully detained overseas. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just thank Mr. French Hill for bringing this to our attention, and Ms. Haley Stevens. As the ranking member mentioned, a little bit out of time on the calendar, but we saw the urgency of this, and with the families here, we wanted to expedite this immediately, and I want to thank you for bringing this to our attention. I think the timing is unfortunate that we have to do this, but the timing with the family members here and the candlelight service is certainly appropriate. So with that, Mr. Hill is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you and Ranking Member Meeks for your understanding. Representative Stevens and I were touched by the very quick response from our members. Over 200 members of our House of Representatives co-sponsored this resolution. I know we stand in solidarity with one voice to demand that Hamas release these hostages. Congresswoman Stevens and I have worked together along with former member Ted Deutsch in forming the House Task Force on American Hostages and Americans Wrongfully Detained Abroad, because we want our members to know how they can best help American citizens who are held by a non-state terror group or by a state actor, and how they can be comforted and coordinated with the Department of State. Congresswoman Stevens and I saw that on October 7th was an unprecedented number of hostages taken by Hamas in its attack on Israel. The numbers speak for themselves. They've been cited by Chairman McCaul and Ranking Member Meeks. But over the past decade, more than 90% of Americans wrongfully held overseas have been held by foreign governments. And we have not seen as many Americans held by non-state actors in recent years. This attack puts our hostage enterprise here in the United States, helping our families, really to a test. I commend the coordination of the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, the Office of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, and the Hostage Response Group for their initial work in tracking and identifying the Americans that have been taken by Hamas, and working in partnership with Israel, locating all the hostages using all means available that we have in our military and our intelligence community and our collective will of the Israeli and the American governments. As I've stated before, releasing hostages and wrongful detainees should be the first steps of these groups to show they are what they need to do. They must release these hostages. Hosea tells us that those who sow the wind reap the whirlwind, and Hamas will reap the whirlwind if these hostages are not recovered safely and promptly. I support this simple and straightforward resolution. I'm glad to have worked on it with my colleague, Congresswoman Stevens, and I urge all of our colleagues to universally support this before the committee and then on the House floor. And let's send a message to Hamas that Republicans and Democrats stand in solidarity, that we want these hostages back with their families. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. 1 month ago today, we all woke up to horrifying images of Hamas's brutal and terrible attack in Israel. And over 200 hostages still remain as prisoners of Hamas today, including more than 20 Americans and their family members. Like many in this Congress, I call on Hamas to immediately release these hostages. And I thank Secretary Blinken for working with our international partners to secure the release of Judith Raanan and her daughter, Natalie Raanan, and hope that the remaining American hostages are safely reunited with their families soon. I also want to thank my colleague from Michigan, Representative Haley Stevens, for introducing this resolution and leading this effort. I know how tirelessly she has fought to secure the release of American hostages, including her constituent Paul Whelan, who remains wrongfully detained by Russia. So I'm proud to co-sponsor the resolution and urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you and the ranking member for bringing this to us so quickly, and certainly I thank Representative Stevens and Representative Hill for drafting this very clear resolution. To the families who are here, we are in solidarity. We are heartbroken over what you must be going through, what you must have suffered over the course of the last month. And we will do everything and are doing everything in our power to demand the release of the hostages, uninjured. Get them home. It is barbaric and unacceptable that they were taken. It's now been a month since Hamas launched the terrorist attack. It was barbaric and brutal, attacking Israeli civilians, resulting in the gruesome loss of more than 1,400 lives, including the elderly, families, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, children, and even babies. Young people at a peace festival. How grotesque, how inhumane, and how unacceptable to this world. And we must stand there and say that over and over again. We must do everything to effect the immediate release of the hostages, including, as I understand, at least 33 children. We can't imagine any of their suffering, but children in this place of darkness and fear. So I'm here, I stand with my Republican colleagues, my Democratic colleagues. I urge everyone to support this resolution. I look forward to it coming swiftly to the floor so that we, with one voice, send a message to the world that the United States believes in and demands the safe release of your family members and all of the other hostages. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Schneider is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for bending over backwards to make sure we mark up this bill today. I want to welcome the families of the hostages that are here. I'll come to that in a second, but let me first start with some history to explain how it is we come to be talking about this resolution. Hamas formed in 1987 during the first Palestinian Intifada. It's an outgrowth of the Muslim Brotherhood, and its intentions were made clear in its charter. With respect to Israel, the preamble of the Hamas charter reads, quote, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it, end quote. With respect to the Jewish people, in Article 7, it states, quote, the day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight the Jews, killing the Jews. When the Jew will hide behind stones and trees, the stones and trees will say, O Muslims, O Abdullah, there is a Jew behind me. Come and kill him, end quote. Hamas's rallying cry is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It is a call, let me be clear, it is a call for the destruction of the state of Israel and the genocide of the Jewish people. Don't let anyone try to tell you otherwise. That was the meaning of the phrase when it was first used by the PLO in 1964, before Israel even occupied the West Bank and Gaza. It is what is meant by those who use it today. So back to history. In August of 2005, Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza. Not one Israeli soldier, not one Israeli civilian stayed in Gaza. Total control was turned over to the Palestinian Authority. A few months later, in January of 2006, elections were held. Hamas got 44%. Fatah got 41%. But no one got a majority. In 2007, Hamas violently took over all of Gaza. Fatah members who were not murdered by Hamas, thrown off of buildings, executed. Those who were not killed fled to the West Bank. Now let's jump to May of 2021. Following 11 days of fighting in which 232 Gazans and 12 Israelis were killed, on May 20th of that year, a ceasefire went into effect. So when I get to October 6th of this year, 870 days of observed ceasefire by Israel. Ceasefire was in effect. On October 7th, early in the morning at 6:30, Hamas, a genocidal, nihilistic terrorist group dedicated from its inception to the destruction of Israel and the murder of the Jewish people, crossed over the border. Thousands of terrorists rampaged through villages, through a concert where young people were gathering for peace. 1,400 people, 1,400 people were slaughtered. Elderly, infants, entire families, people were tortured, raped, burned alive. At the music festival Gathering for Peace, 260 people died, many of them encircled and executed. At Kibbutz Be'eri, more than 100 people were killed, 10% of the total population, and the same was true at Kibbutz Kfar Aza, where many of my colleagues and I were just this past August. And why we're here today. More than 240 hostages were taken to Gaza, including Omer Nutra, a 22-year-old from Plainview, New York. A born leader who decided to serve in the IDF. He was a tank commander taken captive on October 7th. His parents, Ronan and Orna, are here. Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, was at the music festival. A 23-year-old Israeli-American. His parents are from Chicago. His cousins, Eileen and Norman, are here. I spoke to his grandmother, Leah, just this morning. His Aunt Abby has been a friend of mine for more than 30 years. Abby and her daughters are part of our family circle of friends. Now, Hirsch and Oren and all the hostages, every single one of the 240 infants, elderly, survivors of the Holocaust, each and one of them are a part of our family. I'm a father. My wife and Julie have 2 sons, not much older than Hirsch and Oren. Our older son, Adam, served 5 years as an officer in the U.S. Navy. I know firsthand about sleepless nights, the anxiety of your child on deployment, the times when you don't have awareness, the times when you don't have awareness of where your child is or what they are doing, what dangers they face. I can't imagine what it is like for the families of these hostages. I'm sorry. We need to make sure we keep these hostages and their families in our minds and in our hearts. And that's why we are here today with this resolution. Congress must condemn Hamas every time we speak about what is happening in this conflict. This resolution does that. Congress must talk about the barbarism of Hamas on October 7th and condemn the attack, including the taking of hostages, an absolute war crime in violation of international humanitarian law. And this resolution does that. Congress must make sure the stories of the hostages are known, make sure their ongoing captivity is always on top of our minds and their suffering of their families are shared. And this resolution does that. And Congress must continue to call for the immediate, unconditional release of the hostages. And this resolution rightly, justly does that. I want to thank my colleagues and friends, Haley Stevens and French Hill, for leading on this resolution and for fighting to bring it to the floor. I thank the chairman and the ranking member for allowing us to have this markup, and I call on all my colleagues to support this resolution. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the extra time.
Gentleman yields, and thank you, Mr. Schneider, for that powerful, powerful statement. Is there any further discussion? If I could just say to Mr. Schneider, I was with you at Kfar Aza, the kibbutz that was overrun by the Hamas terrorists. And when I got the phone call, just to think that everybody we met at that kibbutz had been slaughtered and that the daycare center that we toured with the little children and the babies have been wiped out, burned alive, and beheaded. And other atrocities I can't even get into. It's sick. It needs to end. These hostages need to come home. Our FBI director testified that the threat from Hamas could enter the United States. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Haley Stevens' friend Samantha Wall in Detroit, Michigan, who just 2 weeks ago was stabbed to death. A well-known leader in Detroit's Jewish community stabbed to death. in the early mornings of Saturday, October 21st, with a trail of blood leading from her home to where she was found. This has to stop. This terror has to stop for the sake of the world and the Jewish people. So with that, there being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to the consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.Res. 793 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Roll call. No, you don't need a roll call. You don't need a roll call. We don't. No. We want one on the floor, though.
It'll still go to the floor.
Okay, so you get to the floor. Okay. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.Res. 683, expressing support for the diplomatic relations, requiring to encourage the government of Mexico to fulfill its water deliveries on an annual basis to the United States under the treaty between the United States and Mexico regarding the utilization of the Colorado and Tijuana rivers and of the Rio Grande. The resolution was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
H.Res. 683, expressing the support for diplomatic relations required to encourage the government of Mexico to fulfill its water deliveries on an annual basis to the United States under the treaty.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. This resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Mr. Nathaniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a co-sponsor of House Resolution 683, I encourage all members of the committee to support this resolution to push the government of Mexico to fulfill its obligations to America and its farmers. The resolution under consideration is about standing up for American farmers and what they are rightfully entitled to pursuant to a long-standing mutual agreement between the U.S. and Mexico. Under the terms of the 1944 Treaty for Utilization of the Waters of the Colorado and Tijuana Rivers and of the Rio Grande, also known as the 1944 Water Treaty, between the U.S. and Mexico, the United States is guaranteed an average of 350,000 acre-feet of water annually from Mexico over a 5-year period of time. American farmers count on Mexico to meet these water obligations each year. These commitments that have existed for nearly 80 years under this treaty bring critical predictability to American farmers and ranchers who carefully plan their yield for the years ahead. Without water, farmers are unable to produce enough for commercial yield, thereby resulting in a reduced national food supply and labor shortages. And without predictability, farmers and ranchers cannot make long-term investments and decisions necessary for their survival. In recent years, Mexico has withheld its obligations until the end of the 5-year cycle, which violates the spirit of the treaty. And this is untenable for South Texas farmers, ranchers, and its citizens. Frankly, it's untenable for all of Texas and all of the United States. Texas farmers rely on this water to turn arid and desert regions into a vegetative area with crops that are unsustainable in most other regions of the country. Crops like watermelon, sugarcane, citrus, and other fresh produce. On October 25th, we entered into year 4 of the 5-year obligation, and Mexico has only contributed 35% of the deal, owing the United States 680,000 acre-feet of water. Every time that Mexico fails to uphold its end of the deal, Americans in the Southwest suffer significant drought. American farmers and ranchers need compliance with the letter and the spirit of the law and should not bear the brunt of the Mexican government's noncompliance, which is why immediate action is needed by the Biden administration today to act on this matter. The administration must focus its energy and resources on continued productive diplomatic engagements with Mexico immediately about this matter and remedy the deficiencies. This resolution affirms support for the U.S. to use its resources to secure compliance by the Mexican government to fulfill its obligations under the 1944 Water Treaty. It's time for Mexico to honor those terms and that treaty, and I urge your support. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Castro is recognized. Oh, Mr. Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Representative De La Cruz's bipartisan resolution. All around the world, we're witnessing an increase in severe climate events. Lack of rain in South Texas has caused severe drought and is impacting farming communities and businesses that provide many with needed crops and jobs. Without water, farmers have had to make difficult choices about whether to plant, which has resulted in major losses all around. In these challenging times, I recognize the importance of engaging constructively with our neighbors to resolve issues which may seem local, but which have broader global implications. In this case, access to a shared water source which comes from the Rio Grande. I've been encouraged by the diplomatic work done by our colleagues across agencies on this issue. And I am particularly impressed by the work done by the International Boundary and Water Commission to advance the goals of the 1944 treaty relating to the utilization of waters of the Colorado and Tijuana rivers and of the Rio Grande. This work ensures that communities made to distribute water are upheld in a timely manner and in the right quantities. No doubt, these changes in regular access to water will have a positive impact on those who grow the food and livestock will depend on it. We depend on. I want to express my support for this resolution, and I hope you will join me to send a message that dialogue and diplomacy will go a long way to confronting the local and global challenges we face. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to express my support of H.Res. 683 and its spirit of promoting the collaborative relationship between the United States and Mexico. The 1944 Water Treaty between the United States and Mexico, along with the Boundary Treaty of 1970, ended decades of territorial disputes between the United States and Mexico and formed the bedrock of our relations. As a Texan, I and the people in my district know firsthand how important cooperation with Mexico is and how the bilateral relationship has a direct impact on our lives. I fully support this resolution, which stresses the importance of the 1944 Water Treaty to the livelihoods of so many in South Texas and calls on the United States to work with Mexico to ensure that Mexico lives up to its commitments under the treaty. As a ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, I've been very engaged with the State Department and the U.S. International Boundary and Water Commission on their ongoing negotiations with their Mexican counterparts. And I'm hopeful that soon the two sides will reach an agreement on a quote-unquote minute that would ensure more predictable and reliable water for users in the United States. Just as we call on Mexico to live up to its commitments under the 1944 Water Treaty, the United States too must work with Mexico in a collaborative manner. I'm concerned that certain rhetoric from within the United States is actively hurting our efforts to work with Mexico on necessary issues like sharing the Rio Grande River's waters. Calls to strike Mexico or take military action against Mexico by many leading Republicans and Texas Governor Greg Abbott's Operation Lone Star, which directly violated the United States commitments under the 1944 Water Treaty and the 1970 Boundary Treaty by building barriers in the Rio Grande River, make it much harder for the United States to fight for the water rights of Texas farmers. While our negotiations should emphasize the needs of Texans, I believe we must be prepared to reassess how the United States and Mexico can cooperate in the context of a changing climate where sustained droughts can disrupt the water supply. Just as Mexico must live up to our treaty agreements, we must live up to our diplomatic values. I urge my colleagues to support this measure. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Being my home state of Texas, I would like to say a few words as well. As Mr. Moran pointed out, the United States and Mexico signed a treaty in 1944 to ensure predictable and reliable water supplies, both the Colorado, Tijuana, and Rio Grande rivers. This treaty is administered by the International Boundary and Water Commission and envisions and commits the United States and Mexico to deliver a certain amount of water to the other party over a 5-year cycle. On multiple occasions since 1994, Mexico has not met its Rio Grande water delivery obligations to the United States within this 5-year period. Since 2014, Congress has directed the Department of State to report annually on Mexico's deliveries and on efforts to improve Mexico's treaty compliance. Their failure to live up to its obligation prevents American farmers from accessing predictable and reliable water. Mexico currently owes the U.S. nearly 600,000 acre-feet of water. Let me repeat that. Mexico currently owes the United States nearly 600,000 acre-feet of water. It is year 3 of the 5-year cycle, and the U.S. has only received about 39%. U.S. diplomats and officials have been pushing Mexico to fulfill its commitments and agree to rules that regularize deliveries. Progress has been modest and too slow, while water shortages across the Southwest are becoming acute. This resolution expresses the House's support for the productive diplomatic engagement in support of IBWC's efforts to bring Mexico into compliance. It is a non-controversial, bipartisan, and urgent bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. There being no further discussion, are there any amendments? Does any member wish to offer an amendment? There being no amendments, I move the committee report H.Res. 683 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6119, the State Department Security Notification Act. The bill is circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6119, to require the Secretary of State to notify Congress when the security clearances of certain senior members of the Department of State are suspended or
Without
revoked.
objection, first reading is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself in support of the bill. This is my judgment. It's a good governance bill, one requiring transparency on behalf of the administration. It requires the State Department to notify and brief this committee when a senior official at the department has their clearance suspended or revoked. Ideally, we would not need this legislation. But for more than 2 months, Congress and the nation believed that Robert Malley was a special envoy for Iran. But in reality, he was under investigation for allegedly mishandling classified material. The committee expressed bipartisan interest in receiving testimony or a briefing from Mr. Malley on Iran policy during those 2 months, but was never informed that he was under investigation, and he was never made available. I know members on both sides of this committee were and are frustrated by the lack of communication. We cannot operate effectively if the State Department is constantly trying to hide things. The bill would not compromise ongoing law enforcement efforts because it does not require submission of any sensitive investigative information. The bill would not raise privacy or due process concerns. State Department eventually, after letters, requests, and bad press, did provide the committee with a briefing regarding Mr. Malley. That was more than 3 months after his clearance was suspended. This bill would make that a requirement on a shorter timeline. Again, I think this committee on both sides of the aisle is entitled to know when a senior member who's been called to testify and brief is not made available because their security clearance had been revoked. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to, support this good governance issue, and it can also be held in the classified space to protect the interests. And so with that, I yield back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Unfortunately, I have to oppose this measure because I believe it poses a risk of politicizing what should be an unbiased, fact-driven process to ensure the security of classified information and who has access to it. Unfortunately, this bill could allow this measure to be not about oversight or not about national security or not about responsible dialogue with the executive branch. What it sets is a new, and I believe dangerous precedent for senior officials at the State Department, to which no other senior officials across any other national security-related federal agency are subjected to. It's just the State Department. No other security-related federal agency. And so both Mr. McCaul and I have been former prosecutors. And generally, when you're doing a case, it remains within the discretion of the prosecutor to do their investigations. That's why juries in which you decide whether or not you indict someone or not, grand juries are secretive for the information. So we live in a world where, unfortunately, people take information and utilize it for political gathering and political ammunition. Not saying that that would be done by Mr. McCaul, but clearly I've been in some sessions where it is done by others. Security clearances can initially be suspended or revoked for any number of reasons that might ultimately have nothing to do with an individual's trustworthiness or on-the-job conduct. That is precisely what an unbiased, confidential investigation helps clarify. Even if a clearance is ultimately suspended or revoked, that decision can be appealed and potentially overturned. Inserting Congress into an ongoing investigation and requiring intrusive personal information about specific individuals and potentially sensitive national security-related allegations before due process has played out is not responsible oversight in my thoughts. It is why the bedrock of our judicial system, period, says innocent until proven guilty. I believe it's an overstep. I believe that we can't allow the politicization of any individual case or the security clearance investigation process broadly. There are serious things that should be not impeded upon and or played out in politics or for political reasons. I have an example of an individual who worked on the House side, not a security, a national security clearance, and, but he simply worked as a member serving members. And he got accused because, in this case, he was Pakistani, of giving away classified information, and that he was part of some conspiracy. And day after day on the House floor, there was members of Congress going up and saying all kinds of things about him. Ultimately, even after then President Trump accused him of various things publicly, he was found not to have been guilty of any of those things, which damaged his professional life and his family life. The investigation should be confidential and should not be impeded, and we get the results of that conversation thereafter. And so I hope that my colleagues oppose this measure, and I urge my colleagues to do that.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Let me just say briefly that we finally got briefed on Mr. Malley's situation, and it was not a briefing on the nature of the investigation, so that was protected, and it was in the SCIF, which provides further protection. It was just simply what happened. And why do we ask that question? Because we called him to testify for this committee, and we weren't given the truth. We were told that he had, his family was sick. He had family issues, and there were a lot of rumors going around, and we didn't understand why he couldn't brief the Congress or testify, and I think that's within our prerogative. And all they simply had to do was tell us the truth. And it could have been in the classified space. And that's all this bill requires, is for them, when a senior State Department official cannot testify because their security clearance is revoked, that they have to tell us why. They have to tell us the truth about why that senior State Department official cannot testify. Having said that, Mr. Meeks, you know, I know this is being sorted out in the conference committee, the NDAA, and we may have an opportunity to reach a resolution in that, which would then negate the purpose for this bill. But until that time, we plan to proceed forward. But I appreciate your comments. And any further discussion?
Let me just say, and I thank you for that, that we are working and talking.
Yeah.
Because I do think that, as I said, I think the spirit of what you, and I know that you and I, in conversation, you know, you don't play that game. But unfortunately, others, some on both sides of the aisle, may play that game. And I just think that's significant, important. But I appreciate you working with me. Sure. And we're still trying to work this out.
Yeah, I think we're very close, actually, in my judgment. So, but having said that, are there any amendments now, if there's no further discussion? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6119 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. A recorded roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Last bill. Yeah. So this will be our last bill for the markup. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 6087, the YALI Act of 2023. Bill was circulated in advance. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 6087, to establish a comprehensive United States government initiative to build the capacity of young leaders and entrepreneurs in Africa and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. Bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the bill? Ms. Kamlager-Dove is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Ranking Member, for bringing the YALI Act to markup. And thank you to Representative Kim for partnering with me again to introduce this important legislation. Africa rarely has the spotlight in the United States foreign policy, but that does not change the reality that Africa is very much going to be the future. With the youngest, fastest growing population on the planet, Africa's contributions will be required to advance global priorities and address many of the defining challenges of our time. It is not an exaggeration to say that linking Africa's future with our own is one of the most important long-term geopolitical investments we can make. We must also acknowledge that one way to compete with China is to invest in the continent of Africa. China has made significant inroads across the continent with its Belts and Roads Initiative and exploitative loan offers. We have been less giving, but still hold a partnership allure that I hope, even in present time, can continue to maintain. Countries across Africa see our embrace of innovation and entrepreneurialism, of the and of the fight and pursuit of a better democracy and freedom as a good thing. The Young African Leaders Initiative can be that opportunity. It recognizes that African youth are going to define the trajectory of the continent, and it positions the U.S. as a supportive partner in Africa's exponential growth. This program has created a continent-wide network of young leaders across 49 sub-Saharan countries who have all gained formative leadership experiences in the United States. 640,000 Africans have participated in YALI since 2010, and we will reap the benefits of these U.S.-Africa ties for years to come. Deepening our connections with the African continent can be achieved in many ways, through trade and investment, health, defense, energy, science, and more. But no government-to-government cooperation can replace the deep personal connections that come from cultural, educational, and people-to-people exchanges that allow us to understand each other and create the foundations for a shared future. YALI is a singular contribution to the U.S.-Africa relationship, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to codify this important program. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and I yield back.
Generally yields. Any further discussion? Ms. Kim's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for recognizing me and holding today's markup. I strongly support my friend, Representative Kamlager-Dove's Young African Leaders Initiative, or YALI Act, which codifies the YALI program at the State Department. The YALI program seeks to empower the next generation of leaders amongst Africa's youth, which is the world's fastest growing youth population. It focuses on enhancing leadership, entrepreneurship, civics, and strengthening civil society. The program features the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders, which places students in U.S. schools to study these issues. Many countries in Africa today are plagued by violence, authoritarian governance, environmental issues, and public health challenges. As we seek to bolster our diplomatic efforts to mitigate these challenges, we should not forget to engage the generation that is unchecked to solve them. People-to-people diplomacy helps to build relationships for the future and to create opportunities to have productive conversations about how we can work more closely together. Codifying this program will show African countries that we are serious about stepping up our engagement and that we are committed to ensuring Africa's youth foster a bright future for the continent. So I thank my friend, Representative Kamlager-Dove, for her leadership on this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Generally yield back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I strongly support this bipartisan measure introduced by Representative Kamlager-Dove and Representative Young Kim to advance the Young African Leaders Initiative. First established by President Obama in 2010, YALI seeks to empower the next generation of African leaders and invest in Africa's youth. This legislation builds upon YALI by supporting the over 640,000 alumni ties with the United States after they have returned to their home country, including by establishing YALI regional leadership centers at universities in Ghana, in Kenya, Senegal, and South Africa. This bill also requires the Department of State to develop a strategy to ensure YALI promotes United States foreign policy goals on the continent of Africa. On the heels of the African Growth and Opportunity Act Forum, recently concluded in Johannesburg, South Africa last week, this measure would help pave the way for the future of the continent. Young African leaders. This is what we need to promote all over the world, young leaders, particularly on the continent, so that they can continue to advance their leadership skills in partnership with Americans. I strongly support this bipartisan measure and urge all of my colleagues to join me. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, are there any amendments? There being no amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 6087 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. and the motion is agreed to. Again. Without objection, the motion reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The committee will be, stands in recess and will reconvene at a future time for votes when the clerk will send out advance notice. Okay, ready?
Yep.
The committee will come to order. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 4175 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will use the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Yep. Did I go? Yeah, just let me do this. Okay. All right. Have all the members voted? Do any member wish to record or change his vote? No. Well, he's not here. What? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally. You're slowing me down, man.
On this vote, the yeas are 40, the noes are 2.
Okay, committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 4723 as amended favorably to the House, in which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Okay. Got it. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change his vote? You gotta push the button now, man. Well, they can get it. Can he vote? Does he have to vote electronically, or can he vote that way? Can he vote verbally, or does he have to do it electronically? Do you have his vote, or does he have to do it electronically? Mr. Davidson, you got to vote electronically. All right, great. Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 44, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. Motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical conforming changes. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting House Resolution 149 as amended favorably to the House, in which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 44, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 5856 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 44, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to without objection. Motion reconsiders laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 4681 as amended favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 44, the noes are 0.
The ayes have it. Motion is agreed to without objection. The motion reconsiders laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 9 offered by Mr. Meeks to H.R. 5961, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Mr. Chairman, is this also the amendment offered by Mr. Crow, amendment number 7?
No. Oh, Mr. Meeks. Number 9. Number 9. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 19, the noes are 25.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 16 offered by Representative Sir Phyllis McCormick to H.R. 5961, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will use the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 20, the noes are 24.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 7 offered by Representative Crow to H.R. 5961, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 19, the noes are 25.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 12 offered by Representative Jackson to H.R. 5961, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. No. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 15, the noes are 29.
Noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on the roll call vote on amendment number 13 offered by Representative Comlager Dove to H.R. 5961, on which the noes have prevailed by voice vote. Question now occurs on agreeing to the amendment. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Where's my name up there? In the third top.
You're the first box.
Okay. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 13, the noes are 31.
Noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 5961 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. Roll call vote has been requested. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 29, the noes are 15.
The ayes have it. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. The last vote. Man, I love this new system. All right, committee postponed further proceedings on reporting H.R. 6119 favorably to the House, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Question now occurs on reporting the measure to the House with a favorable recommendation. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Isn't that awesome? Hey, hold on a second. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? The clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 24, the noes are 20.
The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This concludes consideration by the committee for today. Isn't that awesome? That saved time.